another show, another day, another time, another something or other. Another bite, another, I don't even know. I don't even know where I was going with all that. Ladies and gerbils, I'm going to mute myself while D does that thing that he so skillfully does. Go for it, D.
Ah, brains. What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying flock out of here. That means you. I hope everybody likes my Remo impression. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Cheers, everybody. Ding ding.
They're great. No, wait, that's Tony the Tiger. Ladies and gerbils, thanks very much for joining us. Like we said, this show is, of course, for entertainment only. You shouldn't even consider yourself educated because, goddamn, we are crazy people, right? But anyway, ladies and gerbils, thanks very much for joining us. I don't know why the chat is not working yet for my thingy, so I'm going to keep refreshing here in the background. I guess I'll just mute myself for a second and let D introduce himself. Go for it, D. Go for it, buddy.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning in to the Tuesday show. Thanks for everybody that tuned in onto my channel, D underscore 74792, I believe it is. Something like that. Anyways, that I did the pre-show with, or just now. I'm smoking on Dairy Queen, and I'm also got Tokyo OG. Hope everybody's having a great day. Top chat, live chat, better chatting experience.
Nice
Cheers,
to see you,
everybody.
D. Good to see you, buddy. What's going on, Smashed? It's just a
Oh,
moment. It looks like he's adding pepper, but with an industrial mill or something.
Trying to get my thing set up.
That's what she
Oh,
said.
there we go. What's up? Hope everyone's having a great night. Uh,
Hey, Smash, what's going on?
just hanging out. Garden's looking all right, and trying to keep up with the trimming. Got
From the other day, honestly.
four more plants up.
Pardon?
I got four more plants that I gotta trim.
Mm,
nice.
that's cool. I mean, it's a good problem to have, but goddamn, is trimming annoying. Just an unpleasant chore. You some people probably like it, but gosh, I don't know too many people that like it. It's just an unpleasant thing to do, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, it's one of those things. So I say it every time I'm like live. Like trimming is the worst part about growing.
Mm, yeah, maybe.
Well,
For me.
that's just like moonshine, right? The only good part about it is drinking it. The only fun part is drinking it. Just like growing it. The only good part about it is smoking it.
That's fun. That's true though. Cheers,
Hmm.
Dead Fish. And Dead Fish looks to be, I think, first. Let me switch to live chat, like you folks all should. Dead
Yep.
Fish is first in the chat. Congrats, Dead Fish fan. I think that's the first time you've been first, buddy, or at least one of the first. Definitely been a while. Southern VT right behind him, almost first, but actually second in this case. Cheers, VT. Good to see you. Dan K's in the house. What's going on, Dan K? Yo to you as well, and of course, D rounding it up. D, one of the main moderators in the chat, folks. So just don't argue with him. Like literally just don't, because he's one of the few moderators that can crack other moderators too. So perhaps you don't know what that means. Head moderator. Well, it means basically if you have a blue name, even there's not very many blue names on the chat, but there's a couple blue names that are on top of all the blue names. So just don't fuck with D. Uh
Ah.
that's it. He's gonna eat your brain. Let me so Bob Vintage says I'm the first loser. Why is that? People are too harsh on themselves, man. Like life is not all first and second place. It's ridiculous. You're second place, you're almost one of the very first people in the chat. That's like its own prize. The fuck? First of all, like the fuck does it really matter, right? So
If you're
first,
not first, you're last, Bobby.
yeah, okay. In a race for money, but no, I think people take that stuff way too seriously. I think we've culturally focused on just weird shit, like I don't even remember who I was hearing talking about this the other day about fuck me, was it it was the dude Tyson, not Mike Tyson. The fuck's the astronomer guy name?
Mike Tyson.
Do you know who I'm thinking about? The African American astronomer from Chicago. He's super
Neil.
ass. Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's what he is. And he was talking about, oh my God, I just lost my train of thought. I smoked a joint of blueberry muffin before the show. Fuck was I trying to say? I was trying to say, damn it, poof. Something that Tyson was talking about. Now all I can think of is Mike Tyson.
I
Cheers,
can't
Dr.
wait
Dave.
that
Good to see you,
fight.
buddy. What's that?
I can't wait to see that fight.
Oh, he was talking about winners and losers, and this Neil deGrasse Tyson, for some reason, was basically talking about how if you're not first, you're a loser, and these days they give participation trophies and da da da, and he was all like surprisingly aggro about it. And I'm like, dude, stick to astronomy. What the fuck? What are you, a expert on fucking Formula One racing next? I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. Anyway, next he's going to be talking about salsa recipes and some other shit. Um, anyway, I just find it a very reductive and idiotic way to look at the world. Like, not everything is a competition. And I say this as a kind of a naturally competitive person, but you have to remind yourself, like, the fuck, we're not competing with each other. Humanity would not have gotten as far as they did by competing with each other. We actually cooperate with each other far more than we compete with each other. This is something that continually gets forgotten in our society for some reason. Hunter-gatherers, you name it, basically. Even foragers, they would do it together, basically, to avoid predators, to find berries better, on and on and on. You collaborate instead of fighting each other. It's really idiotic the way we've pushed our society. Anyway, cheers, Dr. Dan. Good to see you, buddy. Who else is in the chat here? I guess that's it. Not too many people in the chat right now. Welcome, folks. Fuck was that dumb beep? Oh, it's this fucking. I'm not going to use that piece of software, but it keeps trying to update. I should uninstall that mamma jamma. So, folks, I'm going to post a link here. Some of you are welcome to join this link. I've decided not to leave it an open link anymore. What is the difference? We'll see over time, I guess, because I'm still welcoming people to come in here. You just basically have to ask nicely, or be a name that we recognize already. Excuse me. But I'm not going to pin the link at the top there. You're honestly going to have to ask. If you've already joined the show by now, most of you should know what the link is without having to click it, honestly. It's in your Zoom, basically, window. It's really easy to find. If you want help with that, we'd be perfectly happy to help you. But of course, if you're one of the regulars, you can't figure it out, we could make fun of you, but we won't. We'll just give you the link. It's no big deal. But if you'd like to hop on, if you're new and you'd like to show off your garden or ask a question or whatever else, you're welcome to, but you need to ask
Oh,
permission.
cheers.
If we tell you no, you're going to have to respect that. So we'll probably tell you yes, because honestly, why would we tell you no unless you were, I don't know, use the name Ted Bundy or some shit, right? Like, I don't know, he uses the name of, well, now I'm thinking, okay, why can't I think of, hello, Clarice, uh, Hannibal Lecter. If somebody used the name Hannibal Lecter, I would actually say like, oh, actually, that's a cool reference. So maybe I was going to say like, oh, don't use the name of a psychopath killer, but again, actually, that would be kind of amusing. All right, Fumador gets into tangents when he's high, as you understand. But long story short, you're welcome to hop on. Just ask nicely. I'm trying to tighten up the show a little bit. Honestly, I think that the conversational chat shows basically are kind of on their way out. There's about 400 of them. No, none of them really do well anymore. I think there's genuinely no future in them. So we're going to see how that goes. I might put it on my other channels or something. We'll figure it out. I really enjoy the high noon. I think it's a good time of the day. Honestly, it's the middle of the day. A lot of times people are, it's time for a joint already. We get some cool people hopping on there. So I think high noon is safe, but we'll see. We'll see about certainly the Tuesday show. I'm not really sure that we're going to keep this 7-hour monstrosity going any longer. And Saturdays, we'll see. I don't think D wants to do the whole show for fucking 8 hours anymore either. So we'll figure that one out as well. Anyway, ladies and gerbils, for the time being, you're welcome, with some caveats to hop on here. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Also, I'd really like to tighten things up a little bit. I really don't want to see people or hear people burping on my show. Of course, accidents happen. I mean, come on. Sometimes you forget your mic is off or whatever, right? Like, I'm not going to fucking ding you for a couple of incidents here and there. But I think there's a few people who are quite comfortable just sitting there just belching out loud. lot of establishments would tell you to get the fuck out, basically. So consider that basically now. This is it's supposed to be a little bit of a high-end cannabis cafe. I realize that you guys sometimes wear no pants, when you're on the show, but in the meantime, or flip-flops or whatever the fuck. But just visualize that this is a bit of a nicer environment. So please, no burping, no farting. Try to keep the coughing to a minimum. Try to mute yourself basically if you're going to cough. What was I going to say? Yeah, just act civilized. You know what I mean? We're here
I'm
for a discussion. I want to don't interrupt people. I'm smashed. I want to basically make sure that people have a good quality discussion to listen to and participate with. So go for it, smashed.
It's hard with coughing, especially smoking.
Mm.
Sometimes it's just like I'll be taking a dab and I'll be like, oh, I'm not gonna cough.
Yeah, no, it
Then
happens.
you
I'm
roll
not
too
going to ding
much.
people for accidental feats of life. But like I say, I don't want people to just leave the open mic while they're sitting there farting up a storm or some shit. Like, come on, that's not this show. If you want to do that on your own show, you are more than welcome to. This is one of the things in life, like if you want to sit there and fucking burp and fart, whatever, fucking do your own show. Holy shit, I'm not going to stop you. I might even come and say hello. But in the meantime, don't do it on my show. I'm just not interested in that. So, did I even post the link? Oh, I did post the link. Cheers, Red Setter. Good to see you, buddy. A long time no see. It's not true. We actually saw you recently, but good to see you anyway. Love for the plants in the house. Good to see you as well. Welcome, folks. DGC Jeff's in the house. What's going on, DGC Jeff? Pot's in the house. Pot says thank you for not farting. You're very welcome, Pot. I mean, let's be honest. Everyone farts, just not on camera. You know what I mean? Not on microphone, not on camera. So please, just take an effort. You know what I mean? So. I've said before, my high technology of blocking the screen is you might assume that it's a purpose-built 3D printed titanium doohickey. It's actually a piece of blue masking tape that I take off and put on. That's on this laptop. I guess on the main computer, I have a fancy pants zigzag paper wrapper that I just basically ran out of papers, and I was like, oh, okay, right there. So that's what I do, and that one actually is higher technology because it slides back and forth. Whereas this one I have to stick on and take
Like
off.
your mama.
Actually, that's a good one. This one I have to stick on and take off, kind of like your mama likes in the shower. And that's reaching right there. But anyway, the problem with masking tape, of course, is that it stops being sticky. So that's a major hang up because then you have to whip out the rest of the roll, and you have about 400 maybe or maybe more new high technology camera blockers. So anyway, long story short, if you want to fart on camera, mute your fucking microphone and put a piece of fucking tape in front of your goddamn camera. Fart to your heart. I don't care. Whatever. Do you if that's your bag of tricks. What was the fart episode of South Park? No, I guess it was kind of a recurring gag. No, there was one where the San Francisco people were huffing their own farts. That was it. And then Randy and his family moved. No, not Randy and his family. Stan and his family moved to. No, fuck. Was it Stan or Randy?
No, well, that's
No,
Stan's dad.
Randy. Sorry, Randy's the father.
Yeah,
That is Stan's father. There we go.
yeah.
God damn it! I need to catch up with
He's
myself.
Integrity.
Pardon?
Integrity Farms.
There we go. Integrity Farms.
Yeah,
Ain't got no integrity.
I'm not even up to that far.
Dude, they have
I did finally catch up to. I can't even believe how many seasons they have. What do they have? Like 26 seasons or something?
oh, they're
I think
still
I'm
going
not up
too.
to 25, I want to say. So I don't think I've seen the most recent one. But
The thing is, they keep
Okay.
releasing specials. Like
yeah, I'm way behind on the specials.
they did like they recently done two specials. And it's such topical stuff. The last one was called Cred, and it was Logan Paul and KSI's prime, and it was just talking shit about it the whole time. And then this last episode, they were talking. All the moms got addicted to like Ozempics and shit.
Jeez.
And Kyle like is making black market for like fat shots for like Kyle. It's funny.
That That was
It's only
fucking
on Paramount
50
Plus.
shit. They're apparently now using it for all kinds of different stuff. There was some story about the other day. It was, I don't even remember, kidney shit or whatever. But apparently it cuts fat off you like a knife, but you have to keep taking it basically for the rest of your life once you take it. And as soon as you stop taking it, you just balloon basically back to normal, like in an almost a freakishly short time. Uh, so yeah, people are worried, long-term consequences and stuff like that. Uh, I can't get over this comment from VT. He says, if you fart, you must cup a fart to share. That's delightful. Oh my gosh.
That drug that reminds me of Charlie in the Chocolate Factory when the girl pulls up like a balloon, a blueberry.
You know what's ridiculous? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that fucking movie.
What?
Really?
I haven't.
What?
I swear to shit. I haven't seen. And the worst thing is, I don't think I have seen any of the Charlie and the Chocolate Factories. There's a new one now with Timothy
New
Chalamet.
one's not good.
There's like three, four old ones. I haven't seen any of them. I don't know how I've never seen it.
The
I only
original,
Like I'm aware of this, the premise and the story and stuff. It's not like I grew up on a fucking farm somewhere in the Tanzania or some shit, but they probably know
I
about it
don't
there.
even think the one everyone remembers is the original. I think there's a older
I
one.
I remember the original one. That's the only good one. I
That
can't
is
stand Johnny Depp.
Listen to the Love for the Plant says we just got accepted on the wait list of South Park's Casa Bonita in Denver. Took over a year to make it on the list. So that's
Yeah,
probably
they
a wait
bought it.
list for a reservation. That's fucking bonkers. What's that?
They bought it and they turned it into actually like from the movie, and it has a whole bunch of South Park stuff in it now.
That's the most amazing thing for me. The some of the restaurant ideas from movies have never really or rarely ever been copied, except for by the people that fucking made the movies. I guess Quentin Tarantino was thinking about doing the burger restaurant or whatever from Pulp Fiction, but no, that restaurant never existed. Like that restaurant would have fucking made $1 billion goddamn dollars, I feel like, in Vegas or something, or even in Los Angeles on the Hollywood Strip somewhere. But yeah, it never existed. Like seriously, a restaurant where all the waiters are basically dressed up as old movie stars. That's a very LA thing to do because all up and down Hollywood, there's people dressed up as Batman and Superman and whatever, just like buskers basically. They're just trying to get tips and shit. Oh my God, it'd be very easy to find a Marilyn Monroe a knockoff, on and on and on. Anyway, bizarre that places like that never got opened. It's even funny too, like when I think about it, John Travolta's freaking out about a $5 milkshake, and even the burger was expensive. I can't remember how much the burger was, but he's like, oh no, the tasty burger was the Big Kahuna burger. But even still, the no, he got a steak. I can't remember, but the fucking $5 milkshake. Anyway, my point is $5 milkshake. These days, a milkshake is like $8, $9 fucking dollars, even at a fast food place. Like I can't
Holy
remember how
fuck.
much it was at In-N-Out, but In-N-Out, one of the cheapest possible places, it was still, I think 475 or something the other day when I got it. I was down in California. But basically anywhere else, like up here in Burgerville, granted, Burgerville's kind of a little bit more expensive chain, but still Burgerville, I think a milkshake is literally like $6 or $7 for a small, and then it goes up from there. It's fucking
That's a
bonkers.
lot.
Yeah, it's ludicrous.
So
And like a sit down restaurant will charge you $18 for a burger now. It's fucking bonkers time.
I just paid. I got a large cheese pizza. No, a large pepperoni pizza, and I think I paid like 13 something.
Hmm. It's
Not bad.
ridiculous. Yeah, it's obscenely cheap. Was it at like Domino's or something or what?
Nah, it's one of the local spots I go to.
Oh shit. Yeah, all the local kind of places, a pizza will just be like
Mm.
a pizza will be 20, $22. If it's anything halfway decent, like I don't know, three or four toppings and it's some fancy shit, it's gonna be $30 easy, maybe more. Yeah, the prices are bonkers. All up and down the West Coast, honestly. Like Los Angeles is basically the same. I hear that Seattle might even be worse. I haven't been there for a while, but San Francisco is always crazy expensive, so I wouldn't even bother asking because I'm sure it's fucking $30 for a pizza or more.
We have a pizza place here, and it's called Topper's Pizza. And you can order a pizza. It's called Meat Mountain,
Hmm.
and it's like literally every kind of meat pretty much on the pizza, and it turns out to be like a pound of meat, and then
I
cheese
went.
and shit.
I went to Vegas and we got pizza
Mm.
because I didn't want to like go out to dinner. I was in the room. I'm like, I just want to fucking eat and go to bed. and I grabbed two pizzas, a cheese and a meat lovers, and
Mm.
I only ate the cheese. The meat lovers sucked so bad. The cheese wasn't even that good, but I was just so hungry. Yeah, we
Anything.
pretty much threw away a whole pizza. It sucked.
Oh fuck.
It's always
Fucking.
amazing to me how much of a difference in something as simple as a pizza or a burger. Like a pizza is a fundamentally very simple thing to make. I mean, you can make
People
anything really well, of course. I'm not arguing with that, but it's basically just not even very complicated bread. Like there's I think way more complicated doughs out there. Sauce is fairly simple because the sauce is really supposed to be a background element in most pizzas. There's some that the sauce is on top and stuff and they make it a little bit stronger, but generally it's a fairly simple red sauce and then some cheese and maybe a topping. You know, if it's a margarita, it'd just be basically cheese and some freaking basil on it. But it blows my mind how easy it is to fuck that up apparently
a lot of
because
the time, a
most of the
margarita.
time you get bad pizza, honestly. Like when you go around the world, most of the time the pizza's not very good. And honestly, it's rare. Like sometimes you get these really like oases of wonderful pizza. Portland is famous for really good pizza. And honestly, Portland is so good that the whole area around it, Vancouver, on and on, they have really good pizza because you couldn't fucking compete basically. But yeah, I've had so much shitty expensive pizza too.
So like when you get a traditional like margarita pizza, it actually has like mozzarella. A lot of the smaller shops
Yeah.
cut the mozzarella with cheddar.
I mean,
Um,
mozzarella.
when you get a really greasy pizza, it's normally because of the cheese.
Hmm, I believe it.
Um, what else could be real greasy unless they're putting fucking olive oil in the bottom of the pan?
A lot of times people put, well, but you can put olive oil in the pan, but a lot of times that wouldn't make it super greasy. A lot of times people will put olive oil in a really good folded dough. The really good pizza doughs actually are like a Neapolitan pizza dough. It's literally like I can't remember, but it's like 25% flour, 25% water, and the rest is air. Literally, it's like 50% air. It blows your fucking mind. And it's basically when you eat it, it just it melts in your mouth practically and it's super digestible. Like it's one of those kinds of things where famously you can eat the whole goddamn pizza and you're not even full afterwards. Those they can use quite a bit of olive oil, but that's not the kind of pizza that would get greasy. I think you're right. Basically, it's kind of the low quality cheese and the low quality meats. Basically, a lot of really crappy like
Too, yeah.
pepperonis and stuff will just like leak oil. Yeah, you nailed it. It's
Um,
weird too how oily some pizza is. Holy fuck. Yeah.
I don't know. I like a sweeter sauce too on my pizzas. I don't know. I've worked at a couple different pizza places. Pretty entertaining experience. I find a lot of places that aren't good undercook their pizza. Like they let it go through the conveyor or whatever once, and then they just send it out. When I'm cooking on those conveyor belts that you see, you got to look at the pizza and throw it halfway back in. So it gets a cycle and a half
Mm,
to really be nicely cooked.
gotcha. I was just thinking about what Ganja Lion said. He said a lot of the pizza in Rome sucked, surprisingly. He said Florence, it was hard to find a bad one, though. And I wonder if a lot of the pizza he was eating was that kind of Roman style pizza. I've always wondered about that. I don't think I've ever been to Rome, and I've always really, really wanted to go to
I
Rome.
think
But I've heard that their pizza is not their strong suit. They cook it in these like long ass sheets. It's sort of, well, you can't really call it Sicilian. It's basically just kind of a flat, long piece of pizza, and then basically they'll break off pieces for you. Basically, and it's kind of not even crispy and chewy. It's basically almost more hard dough, basically like a cracker almost. Anyway, I've heard that there are really good Roman pizzas, but I have heard it's a little bit controversial. Some people don't like, I mean, there's people that don't like all kinds of style of pizza. I love basically all pizza, but some people don't like Neapolitan pizza with the like they cook it for 90 seconds and basically right in the middle it's still almost raw and on the outside it's burned already. Some people really don't like that style.
Ew.
Ganjalan said, yeah, it's square. Even the round ones I found were kind of doughy, though. Interesting. It's a shame because Rome has some of the best cheese that you could put on a
I think
pizza.
they still
Great
use
Romano.
Mozzarella, gabagool.
actual buffalo mozzarella in Italy.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Um, there's different types of mozzarella. Apparently, the original was like buffalo mozzarella,
Hmm.
Mozzarella.
buffalo milk or whatever.
I don't know if it's original, but it's definitely one of the like most desired. Yeah, it's a really good cheese. It's not super strong. You think to yourself like, oh, buffalo, it's going to be like a strong flavor. No, it's actually quite delicate. Um, Mozzarella in general is made from milk, so you could basically, in theory, I suppose, make mozzarella probably from any goddamn animal that makes milk. Um,
Matzo ball soup.
Pardon?
Matzo ball soup.
Hey, some matter for you.
Ma Matzo ball soup. That's cool. I wonder actually what a mozzarella matzo ball would be. That'd be pretty good actually.
I thought that was a Jewish cuisine.
Well, a matzo ball, but matzo is not mozzarella.
Oh, well, I'm wrong.
Matzah is literally like a cracker. It's unleavened bread, basically. It's flour and water, pretty much, and
Oh, okay.
it's like a ceremonial cracker, basically. It's a little bit conceptually, it's a little bit like the communion crackers at Catholic Church. The difference is that Jews eat matzah like other times of the week too, but basically they eat it on Passover. I mean, I'm sorry, on Sabbath.
They make those
But
crackers. They're not even crackers that they give us in like Catholic. They give you like wafers. They just
yeah,
melt.
yeah. They're apparently all made in this one factory. It's kind of funny. Like all the world's communion wafers are made in like one factory in New Jersey or some shit. I can't remember what it is. It's
Well,
it's
it's probably something like a rabbi, like kosher stuff. It has to be blessed and shit.
maybe 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 God Himself said this one place in New Jersey is the place for my freaking for my crackers. Anyway, no, matzo ball soup is the shit. I'm a firm believer in matzo ball soup.
Do you know what I hated? I had a really like my best friend was traditional, like they celebrated Hanukkah and everything. Not to the curly hair point traditional, but like yeah. And his mom let me try gefilte fish. I didn't like
Oh,
I didn't like it.
oh.
Everybody is so polarized about gefilte fish, and it just makes me laugh because it's one of the most mild goddamn things. It's basically
I don't know why I didn't like it.
a meatball made of carp, and carp is a very unoffensive fish. People are always like, "Oh, carp, gross," but literally, it's like a very mild fish. It has a flavor, like you can tell something is carp, but fuck, it is not a strong fish. And so you basically make, like I say, kind of a ground up meatball of carp. Sometimes it's seasoned with a little bit of stuff, but it's literally seasoned with carrot pieces and stuff. Like it's basically nothing there. And
This
then
one was in a jar.
they can it basically in the gelatin from the fish, pretty much. So
Oh,
I
okay.
can't remember if they, I can't remember how it's made, honestly. It's probably the gelatin probably just comes up from cooking the fish bones, but I don't remember. It's probably they probably strain the fish bones and then like cook it down and then strain the fish bones out, and then basically that's the gelatin. I don't know exactly, but that's probably what it is. Anyway, uh, generally speaking, you don't eat it by itself because it's just I mean, how often do you just eat a meatball by itself, right? I guess maybe some people do, but normally you eat it with some fucking spaghetti or on a sandwich or whatever. So same thing with gefilte fish. A lot of times you basically slice it in slices and eat it on a piece of toasted bread with some onion. Da da da. It's actually quite pleasant, right? But yeah, people are always like, oh,
I'd
gross,
rather
fish,
I'd
gross.
rather do if I'm gonna have something on a cracker, prosciutto or one of the big hams.
Fair. That's fair. Gefilte fish is every once in a while I get a craving for it. It's kind of funny because it is the mildest fucking thing. It is such a mild flavor. And it cracks me up all the time because people are always go, oh, gross, gefilte
I,
fish.
I don't
Dude, you
know.
don't even understand how mild the fucking shit is.
See, but I have like I'm a very picky eater too.
Hmm.
Like we'll go to a restaurant and I'll look at a menu and there's something I like. Normally, I've gone to restaurants and looked at the menu and been like, I'll just have some water.
I'm the opposite, man. I can find something on any restaurant menu. I don't care where it is. Like I challenge anybody to basically find me a restaurant where I'd be like, "No, I'm good." Like I don't know if it was a place
Okay.
that only
Okay.
sells fucking sautéed crickets or
Okay.
something, right? No, I'm not even kidding, Robert. I bet you anything that I'll be like I'll find something. But if it literally is a restaurant that only sells offal, like for example, and I don't mean awful in terms of AWE, if you right, I mean like OFFAL. I mean like I'm fine with liver, but intestines and shit like that, I'll pass.
Cat,
Right.
dog.
God. No, I'm not gonna touch cat or dog. Fuck that shit. We're at with a ham. Actually, you're
So
right.
I
In
got
your
you
part of
right
the
there.
world,
I
you
mean,
have the cheat code. Yeah, that's
yeah.
right. In Korea and Vietnam, a few places where I'd be like, nope, I'm good.
You go to
Yeah.
China, Thailand, they have, dude. I've seen stalls with just bugs to eat.
And
Yeah.
that's the thing, I don't know why
Literally.
bugs conceptually
And
weird me out
they're
so
like
much. Oh, go ahead, Robert.
snacks. They're
Sometimes
like
people eat them.
snacks here.
Sometimes people eat them as like the full meal. There's bug stir fries in China. I'm sure Thailand has it too. They have like
Yeah.
cockroach stew and
Yeah.
shit. For us, it's like, what the fuck is that? But it kind of amuses me because I love oysters and I have
Crickets.
I love seafood. I love shrimp, which are ocean bugs. Like conceptually, I know that shrimp are basically ocean bugs. There's essentially no goddamn difference. But for some reason, hold the cockroach and pass the shrimp. I don't understand it. Bizarre.
Dude, I harvested this. So I had one 10-gallon with
I
three
do.
chem dog plants in it. This is number two, and dude, it has like a rotting body,
It probably has that cadaverine. We were talking about that the
There's a
other day.
plane landing.
like dead skunk almost. Other one's not like this strong.
Oh shit! I can't change it now. Damn.
I feel like people were always convinced those smells bring potency, and I don't think so. I really don't think so. Every time that I've smoked those kind of offensive aromas, it was good weed. I'm not going to argue with that. I liked it, but it wasn't by any means my favorite weed. Um, or the strongest weed, I guess I'll even say it that way because I think I've been clear that I don't necessarily like those aromas, but it wasn't really that strong. It didn't hit me like a freaking brick or something. Maybe with the exception, there's this one that's kind of famous here in the Northwest. It's been years since I've smoked it though, so I probably had a much lower tolerance. So I guess I don't know how it would hit me now, but Pacific Northwest dog shit always hit me pretty strong whenever. But this is it's been years and years and years since I smoked it, so I don't know if it would be the same. And dog shit, it is. I can't express how much I've never smoked dog shit itself, but if I were to smoke, I've scooped enough dog. I've had dogs for years, right? So I've scooped enough. I don't know in the rain, in the sun, in the fucking hot weather, steaming piles of poo. If I were to roll that up in a paper and smoke it, I'm pretty sure it would smell and smoke like Pacific Northwest dog shit, and it's just not a very appealing aroma to have in your mouth, candidly. So, whew, I had this kaffir lime. Most of the kaffir limes were just very wonderfully flavorful. Like sometimes they would taste like unsweetened, like cola, basically, like Pepsi Cola, or like cola nut, basically, really distinctively like cola nut, but without any sugar. Some was super limey, like the Mom to Lime River Rose was incredible, like lime popsicle, blah blah blah. But my number five kaffir lime tasted like a urinal cake. Like a fucking like a used urinal, and it was like
Ah,
it was like it was so hard to smoke. I mean, and the worst part is though, so I can be a hypocrite on my own show. That one actually was by far the strongest. Like none of the caffeine limes were weak by any means, but that one was noticeably stronger. Like it would hit you like a fucking truck. Um, but it was rough because it was literally like smoking a goddamn used urinal cake. It was fucking raunchy. It was something else. I gotta be honest. And anybody that I shared it with, they were like, "Wow, this is an experience." It wasn't something that people really wanted to do twice. It was something else. Like I had jars of it for I think a couple of years because I couldn't smoke it myself. fucking nuts.
I bought some super boof, and
Oh,
when I opened up the bag, I didn't smell the citrus, but when I ground it up and then I took that first hit, it was like, this is going to be hard to get through this joint.
Hmm.
I'm not going to put it out, but I'm going to smoke the joint because I've got to get high. But
Oh,
if
because you don't like
anybody's in
citrus, right?
Bangkok for the next 44 hours, come see me and I'll give you 2.5 grams of super boof I was given.
Can't stand it.
I
that means you can hang.
may have some other weed for you too.
Hey, Captain, that means you can hang out in Top Chat then. People that smoke booth
Yeah,
weed,
top chat.
is in Top Chat.
Oh
Gotcha.
my God, that super booth. Everybody's talking about saying how good it is and everything like that. And then I go try it and it's got that citrus to it. And it's just
Yeah,
like, oh
you
my
said before
God.
that you can't stand the citrus. It is
I
very
didn't.
citrusy, yeah.
The super booth I had didn't really have citrus in it.
Oh, they might have just mislabeled it because it's literally Tropicana cookies. No, Tropicana cookies, I think, is the dad. Fuck now, I forget. But anyway, it's two very fruity strains basically, and it is very fruity, like very, very fruity. It's
I got
it's
fruity,
not
but no.
people complain a lot about fruity, so it's actually got a good high and stuff. It's not the most thumping shit you can imagine, but it's definitely a decent high. It's kind of a sleepy high, honestly, more than anything else. It's really pretty. It turns purple and stuff, but it's very fruity, like very like kind of orange berry fruity.
I was kind of hoping Flora would be on here because I went to the Highland 420 event was going on.
Hmm.
And I got my friend's first or second year of it. I gave out ticket. I had like fucking 20 tickets to it because my friend and I were speaking at the medical conference. And they said, hey, we got this 420 festival going on. And I said, well, I live in Chiang Rai. Well, if you come down, here's a whole bunch of tickets, give them out to people. So my friend who is Chiang Mai DEA was in Bangkok doing work that I found out was on the one of my friend's uncles that I also invited. And my DA friend says, hey, you know why I've been in Bangkok for the past 3 weeks? Is I've been like going over everything his uncle does.
Hmm.
And I said, the father is straight, the uncle is, and he said, mafia. And I said, I just looked at him and smiled. But yeah, we had that event here. And just like all the other events back in the States, uh, the same stuff that they're selling for 700-800 baht in the store. You could go there, and some people still had that 700-800 baht, but then a lot of people had it at like 200 baht, 250 baht at the show. So it's just like back in the States, you go to one of the big shows and you can get the same stuff for 700-800 baht. You can get it there for 200 to 250. And then you got to see what they were charging on 100 grams. Well, they're charging $200 baht for a gram or 10 grams. Then you get to 50 baht or 50 grams, and it drops to like 120 or 130, 140 baht. And then you get to 100 grams and it drops to 80 baht. So you're talking basically $2.20 for stuff that I would take to Chiang Rai and get 300 baht a gram. Or you get 700, 800 for it here in the store.
So what are
That
you explaining?
was that
The market
mass.
is collapsing or what?
The market's already collapsed.
Hmm.
Shit, it's been collapsing for the past 8 months.
Hmm.
But I'm just comparing it to the events back in the States where you would walk into a shop and you'd go to one of these events and you'd find the same retailer or wholesaler with that strain, and you're paying a third or a quarter of the price. And that's what's happening at like Gems and Genetics in Michigan and a couple of the other events in Michigan. You know, you want cheap weed, go to these events.
Hmm.
See, I can go to an event and I can get an ounce anywhere from 60 to 250.
Hmm.
I can get, yeah, real
Everything,
cheap.
Are these
everything
legal
low
events
is
or basically hush hush like speakeasy events?
everything low though is like light dep or outdoor. Like light dep or outdoor.
Michigan is
When you talk about
From
these
open.
here,
events, these events in Oregon, are these kind of speakeasy events, or are they? Because we used to have a couple of speakeasies, but not so much anymore. And then also, like, gosh, there's no open market, no way for that. Are these like legal events, or what's the story
No, there's still like
In
crap.
Michigan, they are
in Michigan? There,
legal. They're legal. You're allowed to hold events. You can even apply for a permit to be an event holder.
huh? That's amazing.
Well, you know, they want your $500 or $1,000 for the license to hold the event, so it's just more money for them. Why not?
Well, you'd assume that that'd be the case everywhere, but it isn't. So there's a lot of states that don't want your money.
Now, my friend,
My state doesn't need my money.
my friend that holds, and he's been holding his cup, or he holds an event twice a year. Now, you need to be a medical patient to enter where they sell plants and other cannabis, dried flower and rosin and everything else. You do need to be a Michigan medical patient or a medical patient from another state to enter that area. But he does that just to cover his ass because he's been throwing these events for free for shit 10, 11, 12, like 12, 13 years.
Hmm.
And for the first 5 or 6 years, I know he was putting out $20,000, $30,000 out of his own pocket for these events.
Hmm. That's a bit.
Yeah,
Because
but
he had Michigan's #1 Grateful Dead cover band playing at it every night for 5, 6 hours.
even if they're giving it away for free to like entry, everyone that's there paid. All the booths, all the food trucks, any business that's there paid to be there. That's usually how they make their same thing with the Freedom Rally. It's free to get in, but it's a fucking ton of money to get a booth.
He charged for food vending and for just miscellaneous. But if you were set up with cannabis in the cannabis tent, he didn't charge you. But if you were outside the cannabis event, if I went there to sell tie dyes, he would charge me. If I went there to sell food, he would charge. If I went there to sell seeds, he would charge me. If I was in a medical tent and selling seeds or clones or flour or whatever, he wouldn't charge me because he understands that, yeah, a lot of people that come to his event are medical patients, but you're not going to get that guy that just walks up and, oh, I need seeds. So he buys $500 worth of seeds off of you. No.
It's funny. Marina Family Farms has been a sponsor of this event called Turptown Throwdown for a couple of years. And he doesn't even put anything on his table. He doesn't sell anything. He literally just sets up a booth and we hang out and smoke.
Yeah. And that's actually, to tell you the truth, that's one of the best ways to get known is just not sell anything, maybe bring a couple jars of what you produce and just sit back and smoke with people. And hey, if you want to order seeds, get a hold of me this way. I'm out here to talk to you and share my weed and, have a good time. This ain't all business to all of us. But you actually get more work done because you're able to talk to people. And sitting down and spending 15, 20, 30 minutes with somebody that's new and you're trying to help them pick out genetics. Yeah, they're not going to buy from you, but in a day or two, they're going to order from you because you took that 20, 30 minutes to sit down and talk to them.
Yo, I feel funny. It's funny. We didn't even do that. It was just the homies, just chill session.
Well, my friend Buddy brought a couch to the High Times event, and that's where I met Danny Danko for the second time. And shit, we were on that couch for 3.5 hours, just puffing away.
You mean formerly known as Danny Danko?
I guess so. I don't know. It'll be Danny Danko to me, no matter what.
Apparently, that was, I think it's owned by High Times.
Yeah.
Technically, I could go work for High Times and I could be Danny Danko writing fucking articles if they wanted to.
Yeah, but everybody reading the article would go, okay, this isn't the same guy.
So yeah, I'll just use ChatGPT.
Just send me. Never mind.
Now you'll miss so much. It ain't even funny, dude.
I love, yeah. I have
There
it right.
goes another flame.
I have it write my emails. I have it write pretty much anything I want to like type.
That's the next stop. They stopped teaching people how to actually write cursive in school. And now everybody's going to use Chat GT or whatever to write their papers. Everybody's going to get more stupid.
The thing is, you still got to read it and go over
but
it.
if your grammar and your spelling and shit like that isn't up to par, then you're only going to do as good as you.
I think it expands.
Shit, look at all.
I think it honestly expands.
Look at all the things I misspell. A lot of it's due to the phone change. But I'll come out and admit I can't spell worth shit. I'm lucky to spell Robert. And get it correct. But yeah. Grammar, I do kind of know grammar, but if you read when I text to you, 3 sentences could be made out of one of them.
Tree boy. Robert backwards is.
So I'm doing a little bit of laundry. I got my stuff in the wash by the dryer, so here in a couple minutes I'm gonna have to go pull that out.
That's what she said.
And then I'm gonna have to change hotels because I couldn't get another 2 nights here. This hotel room is $26 a night. The hotel I'm moving to is actually $29 a night. where I was staying gave me a hell of a discount, but that's still almost, that's $90 with tax included a night. And I come out here, I can get 4 nights for that.
Dude, the cheapest place around is like $60 a night.
Exactly.
Unless you go
And
to like
I'm getting a,
really shady motels.
yeah, like the Knights Inn on Miller Road in Flint. If you're in Flint, Michigan, do not go to any of the hotels off of Miller Road. They are nothing but whorehouses and crack and other drug dens. They constantly raid them. They constantly raid them.
So the funny thing is, there's a Motel 6 where I'm from, and it's literally, you could throw a rock to the state police barracks, and they like are in cahoots with the state police. They send them like the name of people renting and stuff.
Yeah, I could see that.
Why not?
Because if you get somebody big, you get money for that. You know, what if some guy comes in there that's wanted on like a triple homicide and no one's been able to find him for 8 years and he fucks up and he uses his real name and it comes up. And then all of a sudden, or he uses an alias that's known. You know, you can get 10, 20, $50,000 for turning that person in. You know, a lot of people forget about that. You know,
How could I miss that?
you know, I was with a bunch of people that, you know, yeah, there were some people that were offered money to give dirt on us, but they also knew if they do that, they wouldn't have a very pleasant life ahead of them.
You're not gonna have a very happy howdy doody day.
Nope. I wouldn't want to fuck these people over.
Yeah.
They can reach me in Canada really easy.
Dude, I've been watching a court trial of some rapper, and the judge just sent the lawyer of the rapper to jail in contempt of court. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Huh.
that happens.
Why
Because
did you try to find the judge?
he found out
Like,
that they had a secret meeting with a witness in chambers, and he wouldn't give up his source, how he found out about the meeting.
yeah, well, I'd go to jail too because it's none of their damn business.
Yeah, but he's just a lawyer.
Yeah, well, that's what lawyers do is they fight and they stand up for their clients, and that's exactly what he did. He said, "No, fuck you. I ain't telling you."
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting court hearing. NY Melly's, I think it no Young Thug. I think this is Young Thug's trial.
Yeah, well, you're a rapper. You're in that.
All these
You're in
rappers
that life.
are entertaining.
Yeah,
Not
because
necessarily.
they do some lavish shit and then they do some really stupid shit to get fucking locked up. Like go and shoot somebody. You're making millions of dollars or you're just about to. Why the hell are you going to pick up a gun and shoot somebody? that's like Gonzalez. You remember Gonzalez from the Patriots?
You mean
He ended
Rodriguez?
up killing Rodriguez. Alex
Aaron Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. Aaron. He ended up killing somebody.
Yeah, but he's also a very well-known blood member, and there's secret meetings and shit with the Patriots coach. Aaron was like, "Yo, I got to get out of here. Can you trade me?" And shit. Like, he was doing some sketchy shit before he did that. Yeah, he was the typical. He was a gang member that got famous and made a sport.
Yeah, but he wasted it. God, did he have talent too? He had a lot of talent as a tight end.
Funny thing is, if
He'd be a
Aaron
Hall of
Rodriguez,
Famer, I think.
Aaron Rodriguez never did what he did, we wouldn't have Gronk.
Yeah, you would.
So,
They would have had
no,
one on one end and they would have had the other on the other end because Gronk is a really good blocker.
Whatever.
Gronk took lead position. He was actually going to be playing another spot.
Yeah.
When he first came in.
Later. Yep. Yep.
But, he had a lot of talent and he just threw it away. I think he could have been a Hall of Famer, if not just a plain out superstar.
Yo, the Celtics.
He had the height, the speed.
So there's a story about the Boston Celtics. His name's Chris Herron. He was so bad into drugs, OC 80s back in the day, that he would run outside in his warm-up uniform, call his dude and say, "I'm not starting this fucking basketball game until you get here." And he'd do a drug deal right outside the Garden and then go back in and play. And then there's a bunch of fucking, yeah. People don't know what they to do sometimes when they blow up.
It was in an article that there was a bullpen of a Major League Baseball team that was smoking pot out in the bullpen.
There's actually footage of like an NFL team rolling a blunt on the sideline. They couldn't confirm
Of course,
it.
I also remember when managers were allowed to smoke in a dugout.
I mean, what really stops them if they stay in the,
The team saying you have to stop that. It's not good for children, and it got really televised.
If you've ever seen a baseball coach, anyways, they have a fat wad of sunflower seeds and another fat wad of chewing tobacco.
Yeah, because coaching is stressful. You're going one way, then you're going the other way, especially like football.
Football's
and
different.
Basketball.
I'm proud. The Celtics have won two out of the games so far. We're sweeping Dallas right now. Game 3 is Thursday. We swept the Pacers. Yeah, we're gonna kill them. Like the Mavericks don't have a chance, I don't think.
My friend's rooting on Luka's team to go really far because he's sitting on a bunch of Luka autographs and one of ones.
I mean, he's in the finals, so he went pretty far. He's one of the best players in the NBA.
Yeah. But my friend's looking at that the $60,000 to the $250,000 mark. He's looking for that jump. I can't believe some of these cards that I actually pulled out of packs what they're worth today. Holy shit. They were $200 cards back then, $400 cards. Today they're $250,000. Holy shit, that contender Brady card.
There's
All
rare.
this
It's rare.
Jordan subsets that were 1 to 10.
Like I've noticed most of the time what is selling for that big money is the 101 card.
Read it, bud.
And 101
Yeah.
relic.
1 to 1, 1
So
to 10.
meaning it has a piece of the jersey or a piece of something in there and an autograph.
Hey, I got a story about basketball and drugs. There was this rehab called what was it called? ASAP. It had the contract with the NBA. And I was in that rehab where, well, my second roommate was this guy named William Bedford. He played for the Celtics, and he's passed on now. He's the first guy to be banned from the NBA permanently because of drugs. He was like 7 foot something, right?
You couldn't stop sniffing cocaine, right?
He was my roommate, and not just stories he'd tell me. We'd be in these like therapy group sessions where he would, and while I was in there, this other guy named Orlando something that was like this big star for the Lakers was also in there. And during the time that we were in there was when the finals were the Celtics and the Lakers. It was one of the classic fucking ones.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest rivalries.
Right. And when the Celtics came to LA for the games, not the whole team, but I remember meeting Rodman, Parrish, Bird didn't come. A bunch of the team came to visit William Bedford, right? That year, he had only played 6 games. 6 games. Oh, when they won that year, the Celtics beat the Lakers.
And he got a ring.
He got a ring, and they brought it to him and had like a little party at the rehab. He'd only played 6 games. He would talk about like faking sprained ankles to get back to the locker room to do a couple crack hits to then get back in the game. Like, and that both those players would talk about these drug dealers that like the NBA had to have known that these people that traveled around with the team were just cocaine dealers, and they'd give them all the credit in the world because these guys are making all this money, right? And like you said, he would say that he couldn't play. He like if he didn't have drugs, he would just be a no show, not show up at practice, not show up at the game. But I remember him talking about how he could like fake a little injury, get over to the locker room, do a bunch of crack hits, and then get back in the game and like have like a spurt, right? Because he was an upcoming star. And then over the years, I've never really kept in personal contact with them, but I followed what happened. Yeah, he got traded, and then he got nailed again for drugs. It was that thing where it was 3 times, and then you're permanently banned. And the thing I remember, he graduated, and he was a star at Mississippi, whatever college. That's where he did his college, and he had a degree.
Mississippi State.
Yeah, he was like a big star there too. When it really came down to it, and it was like a really big thing. Like at first, he didn't want anyone else in the place to know. Yeah, this guy couldn't read at all. He couldn't read, but he had a degree from a college that he graduated from because he was a basketball player. Like I don't know if you get away with that anymore, but this was the era where
you do.
You didn't even somehow he got a degree from a 4-year college and he couldn't read. He could not read. I was like so astounded by that. But then he was also 7 foot something and I remember thinking, yeah, oh, I remember the people, the doctors running it would be telling him, yeah, if you can't make it in basketball, what else are you going to do in your life? Right? And yeah, he got kicked out of basketball, and then he ended up ODing. I guess I think he OD'd or he died from drugs, basically. Pretty young. It's a tragic story, but yeah, he used to tell these stories about like
Lenny Bias.
like the drugs on the NBA. And he wasn't the only one. Like it back in that era in the 80s.
Lenny Bias.
Yeah. I
He
forget
played
this
for the
guy,
Celtics. He died.
I think his um, um, career fizzled out, but like he was like was on the Lakers and was like their promised new guy, and uh, yeah, uh, I think he fucked his career over too with coke.
But none of them fucked their career up over smoking weed, you know,
Really?
Well,
or
isn't the
taking
NBA pretty
LSD.
much like out of all the big sporting leagues, they were the first ones to like embrace cannabis and stop testing them
The
for it.
NFL, that the NFL was actually because of all the brutal pounding on the body, and that they'd rather have them smoking pot than eating a whole bunch of pills. And that's what they were doing. It's they'd go in the locker room hurting, and they'd tape them up, and they'd feed them a handful of Roxy's, Percocet, and
Well, they
they'd
still
go
do
back
that.
out on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, today they give you an injection, and it's got all that shit in it, you know, because
How
we've
do you do it?
progressed from pills to injection.
Yeah. Well, where I always felt like, holy shit, when they shoot up that guy? I used to watch a lot of hockey, and guys would get pummeled, like and taken out of the game in a stretch or whatever, and then like 10 minutes
Some
later,
big hits in hockey.
I'd be like, what the fuck? That guy couldn't even stand up, but now he's like all of a sudden he's fine.
Actually allows fighting. It's one of the few sports that like, oh, we got a side sport, a little boxing. If you guys challenge each other, okay, cool. We'll take a break
for a
just so we
while,
In the
can still
hockey.
have it.
for a while, we had the Cleveland Lumberjacks, and the vice president of promotions and president of promotions both collected comic books. So I would get free tickets all the time and go down. And it wasn't going to a hockey game, it was going to a hockey game to see a fight. Because there was a fight in the minor league games, like every couple minutes, someone's like hitting someone upside the head with a stick.
So there's a story about Connecticut.
Lovely lady.
They called themselves the Trashers, and
I got to go to my one.
a mafia's affiliated. He owned a garbage company. His son took ownership at like the age of 23, and he was trying to make it like a WWF like show. He would pay people to get into fights and shit. And this was an actual minor league hockey team. It's called the Trashers. Netflix did a documentary on it.
Well, when I was young and started watching hockey, which I guess we might have had the LA Kings, but living in SoCal, hockey was like not a thing really. But I started watching. It was basically because of the first games I watched were the Philadelphia Flyers back when their whole strategy was to come out there and kick the shit, like literally get in fights, beat up the fucking star of the other team, and then try to win the game basically through that. Like that was their whole. They weren't the best hockey players, but they were the most brutal. But I
Yeah,
forget
back
what they
in
were
the day,
called.
there was
The
positions.
something Flyers. That was like when fighting was the big thing in hockey. The Philadelphia Flyers, like they were the king of that game. They had guys that would just come out and beat the shit out of everybody, and then
Every team
after the
had
first
an
game,
enforcer. So back in like the late 90s, even early 80s to early 2000s, being the enforcer on a hockey team was an actual job. You went
yeah,
on you went on the ice to hurt someone.
yeah,
Ty
yeah.
Domi was like that.
Even if you had to take the penalties, that was all part of it.
Yeah, it's not much. Roller derby's pretty rough too, but
Yeah. Can I just ask if someone in chat can just say, let us know that the live stream's still going? I just got a notification saying that we're live again. So if someone in the chat can just say we're live, that'd be great. Thank you. Back to you. Back to roller skating, Kirby.
yeah, it's always rough. I mean, elbowing and
Hockey still has a few fights, but they're not like
They're not as crazy.
yeah, yeah. Well, I remember the big thing in hockey was when they all threw their gloves off, and then they all started fighting.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I love
like,
baseball when that happened.
like I think they got fined more or penalized more if you took your gloves off. And there'd be a point in the game where both teams would just drop their gloves, and then you knew, oh fuck, and they're gonna fight.
Dude, the Red Sox, like the baseball team, I love when they have any baseball team has a bench clearing fight. It's the same
Somehow
thing in the NBA.
baseball, like the fights seem like they could get really gnarly, but most of the time nothing really happens. It's a bunch of
Yeah,
humping.
a lot of the time
Put
the
'em up,
coaches
put 'em
the
up.
coaches stop it. The Red Sox had one when the coaches were actually fighting too.
Yeah, there's been some pretty good ones in baseball over the years. Yeah, but in hockey, I always used to be amazed because the refs, like there'd be like a total melee, both teams just, and there'd be like one ref. There's only three, I think, two linesmen or whatever. There's only a couple of these guys, but they'd get in there and try to break it up. Yeah. And I was always amazed. Like, I think the hardest job being a referee in all sports would be hockey. Because, one, you got to keep skating back and forth just as fast as they are. And everything happens in that game super fast. And those refs are pretty good. But then they're like babysitters, too. Because when there's little skirmishes, the ref has to get in there and try to break it up. Like when two grown men are fighting with each other.
No, you see a lot of tussles in NFL too, like football. After a play, the ref's got to break it up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard sometimes when they have that audio, like when they have somebody mic'd up, yeah, there's a lot of shit talking that goes
Oh,
on.
they talk hella shit.
Hella shit talking, which, yeah, that would be hard to not react to when people are like saying all
It's
kinds
a
of crazy.
mind game. They want to
A lot of mama
like
stuff. Yeah.
people are calling people out like, yo, 13, I'm gonna fuck you up. Your ass is on, like you're on the line talking shit. Like, yeah, it's a very same thing with rugby too. But rugby,
Rugby.
The rugby's gnarly. My aunt, he's my uncle. He passed away, but he was Hendricks. They were from, I think, New Zealand. They were from New Zealand, but they were American. They were twins, and you couldn't even tell them apart. But they were both like these huge rugby stars. And a couple times I went to the games, or they were like more like exhibit game type things in LA. Yeah, that game's gnarly. That's gnarly too. Rugby ain't no joke.
I
No.
never got why the hockey players took their gloves off to fight because a lot of the time they don't take their helmets off, so they're just using their bare hands to try to like sneak in on the cheek on their helmet.
For one, you can't grab the jersey. You can't grab like the gloves are very like prohibited. It's like right because a lot of times in hockey, the best move is to get the guy's jersey up over his head, for then he can't fucking do shit. Then you can beat on.
You have to drop your stick when you start fighting. That's in the rules.
Thick glove shirt.
I think once they fall to the ground, like you notice the ref kind of
Oh,
squares
they
up
have to
with
take
them.
off the protective gloves. They have to fight bare knuckles. I don't think the gloves would. It's usually, less damage
I think
when you
dropping
have
of the
gloves on.
glove is the real penalty in it too.
Yeah,
Says
yeah,
You're
the
that's
not
what.
players
allowed to
must
tie
also
your gloves
must
up on
drop
the
them.
ring.
They have to fight bare knuckles. Oh, the hard leather, the plastic gloves will increase the effect of landing blows. Hmm. Okay. Huh. I always thought it was the other way
Well,
around.
I mean, a lot of the sports. That's what people tune in. Like myself too. Like we seem to like to see that kind of action. I mean,
See, I'm wearing a bubble. I'm wearing a full visor, so if I get into a fight, you're punching a shield, bro.
Yeah, you got helmets on, so yeah. And you're on
Look at the
ice
goalie.
too.
Yeah, imagine
You're on
punching a
ice.
goalie helmet bare knuckle.
Hey, look, it's a Maple
And
Leaf.
you look wrestling.
Yeah, look who they're fighting.
I don't know. I don't watch hockey.
the
It's
Bruins,
Boston.
the Bruins, the
Ah,
Bruins.
true.
Yeah.
I've
They were
rooted on the Bruins.
enforcers. They've got enforcers.
That one coach.
Thornton was a fucking beast. So was Orr on the Maple Leafs back then.
What was that Boston coach? He used to be a coach. Mike. Is it Mike somebody?
I don't know.
Oh, well, apparently it was my mom's cousin.
See, I'm not really good with the coaches. I don't really know who the coaches are.
No, I don't know. I
I'm a
don't watch
Bill
hockey
Belichick.
at all.
He's been the fucking coach of the Patriots for like 7 years.
Huh. Hey, Stoney. Hi, everybody in chat. Hop on if you're a regular. Or if you want to hop on, just ask nicely if you're a new
See,
person. We
Nathan
like
said
to
you were
let you
the
on.
Leafs created a clearing brawl by providing. Look up when the uh, best bench clearing baseball fight. I think it's the Red Sox. I think like Pedro Martinez or Manny Ramirez punched one of the other coaches in the fucking face or something. That was crazy. That was a lot of people got fined that day.
I got.
You know, you get fined in the NFL for taunting. Like there's like a penalty for it, and same thing with like excessive celebration in the touchdown zone. They fine you for
Yeah,
that shit.
Yes.
I mean, I barely watch football anymore, but it's like that game has changed so much with the rules that I don't really like. I don't like the fact that like a quarterback can be pretty offensive. Like he's like a running back, except that as long as he's in the pocket, you can barely touch him. Like even if you sack him, they'll give you a penalty for like excessive.
Roughing the
Like,
passer.
dude, this is the same guy that's running down the field and putting his shoulder into people. But hey, he's a quarterback. You can't touch him.
Can't touch this stone. No, no, no. No.
I think that's like made the game a little weird. The quarterbacks are so protected
Can't touch
with the
this.
rule.
Yeah, quarterback. And probably. I think goalies too, aren't they? I mean, goalie in hockey.
You forget the goalie, but
Look at
there's
the
a one
Bleacher
goalie.
Report.
He's known to be like the instigator and the fighter. And there's
Yeah,
like different
goalie.
times when he's
Goalie.
he's
Yeah.
dropped all of his shit and goes all the way across the ice and gets in brawl. Forgot that guy's name. He's probably retired now, but he was gnarly. Like he was no joke. Goalies are no joke.
Cool. Got an
I mean,
hour and a
baseball
half.
players, they don't have a lot of protection in baseball. They're not all suited up.
Yeah, the catcher. That's about it.
No,
Yeah, that's about it.
well,
I
everybody's
mean, a
supposed to
batter.
wear a cup.
So a
Yeah.
batter's wearing
So you can
gloves.
wrestle.
A batter's wearing now. They wear arm protectors and leg protectors now.
And certain
Yeah.
ones have a helmet that pretty much is like a shield on one side.
Yeah, it has to cover the side of the face
Yeah.
because that's usually
That's
how fights start. Is because one pitcher is throwing at the other team.
no, what happens is the guy goes to throw a curveball as hard as he can throw it or a slider. And he happens to let go of it or it comes out a little too early and it just kind of hangs or never grabs. And so instead of diving down, it actually kind of rises up sometimes. And that's what happens. These guys are not trying to hit them. They're trying to throw the ball as hard as they can. And
That's not
you
always
do
the case
that,
because there's
you do
sometimes
that
pitchers.
200 or 300. Yeah, there are times that pitchers will go out and hit somebody, but that's usually right off on the first pitch. It's not like, hey, I just lost the ball here. And you can see a lot of the pitchers when the managers come out and say, what happened? They say, I lost the ball up here. It didn't come out of my hand correctly. And that's part of the game. I've seen plenty of pitchers get hit the ball, and I'd much rather be hit by a pitcher than hit by a batted ball, being a pitcher only the same distance away, 100 miles an hour. But when that ball's coming back at you, at that point, that's like 200 miles an hour coming back at you.
Yeah, I mean,
And there, yeah, I don't want to get hit either way.
Whatever team, and they might be toward the eighth night, and they got the go-ahead runs on, and the pitcher's throwing a little wild, but the guy's doing everything he can to the batter to avoid being hit by the ball. Or sometimes I'm like, dude, just let that ball hit you a little bit. When you get the base, like, fuck, we might be able to win. But like, yeah, baseball players don't like to get hit by the ball.
I was in Pony League, and the brother of the pitcher that we had to go against was our shortstop. And his brother, at the age of 15 and 16, was throwing 98, 99 miles an hour, and he was throwing them for strikes. Their dad played for the Philadelphia Phillies for a while, but I would go up against him, and I would more protect myself than actually swing the bat, I would have to say, because he hit me a couple times. Because we would play pickup.
I played baseball.
He would just go, okay, fuck you, bam.
Well, I know when you watch baseball and pitchers are pitching 100 or 90, high 90 fastballs on TV, it seems like, oh, okay, But whenever you're there in person, especially close enough, when like that's when you realize to hit a ball that's being pitched that fast, you have to basically commit to swing. Like the moment the ball
When the
is like
ball leaves his
right on
hands.
the guy's hand, right? Like it's not like you have any time to think and look at the pitch. It's like you either commit or you don't. Because that thing happens like in a millisecond.
You have like 0.4 of a second to either hold up or swing as you're
Yeah.
going through that motion. Because basically, by the time that guy's letting go of the ball, you've got to start the head of your back going forward. And then you have like that 0.4 of a second to judge it by the time you can hold up or you're committed to swing. And that's why you see a lot of guys swing and they look really funny and goofy, is because they really were trying to hold up.
Now with all the technology, like one thing when you watch a baseball game, like the data they have on the pitcher and the pitches and the speed and the movement and all the it's pretty crazy compared to like when I first was a kid watching baseball.
Wait a second. What about the catcher and the pitcher both having these things on their wrists where they're telling each other what pitches because they've been stealing the pitches so much?
A team just got caught for having stuff like communication devices.
Well, a pitcher and a catcher, I think, are allowed to have that in between them.
Yeah, they made that a thing
I don't
now
think they
because
have buttons.
like they got too many teams stealing signs, so now
I
they
think
did
they
away
have
with
to
signs. You don't see the signs anymore. I mean, that used to be all part of the entertainment. Like the first base coach and the third base coach would be doing this whole show of signs, which like it seemed ridiculous.
They don't even do
because
that
some
really
of them
anymore.
fake signs, and you know, like they had a whole different ones had like a whole method to the craziness of the sign.
Yeah.
There is still signs in the pocket as a catcher when you're talking to the pitcher. Like you still see today in MLB that they're relaying signs back and forth, not like. But MLB just made rules where there's like a time limit between the pitcher and the batter. I think the pitcher's got like 50 seconds from when he sets to throw the ball.
Pitchers, they don't. It's like the old days where the pitcher had like 6 pitches. He could throw everything. These guys, like a fastball guy comes in, he has like a fastball and a changeup. That's it.
And a fastball.
I don't see as many pitchers that have like the array of different pitches. So it's like, yeah,
So
when the ball guy's in, well, he's just going to be throwing fastballs every fucking pitch.
So the base pitches are fastball, changeup. You want some type of curveball and some type of slider.
Yeah.
Anything like Tim Wakefield was an oddity because he threw a knuckleball, and that's actually a fucking hard pitch to like really learn how to throw, because when you're throwing a slider or like you're throwing a curveball, you're trying to curve that ball one way or another, and if you put a certain spin on that ball, it will curve. Not always, but most of the time it curves.
Yeah, but a knuckleball's not supposed to have any movement.
Yeah, when you're throwing a knuckleball, it's doing like legitimately like this shit. It's like you can't figure out where it's going because there's no spin on it. The air resistance is making it bounce around. It's interesting.
That's better.
All right.
Sorry, if I didn't do that, I wouldn't have a battery left. There's no plug near or outside here. Hopefully,
I spent
the
a lot of my
next
life playing
hotel
baseball.
will have one.
I really wanted to quit at one point and play lacrosse, when I got into high school because I didn't know about lacrosse growing up. All I really knew about was like
I
the
don't think anyone does, do they? Unless someone in their family plays. Well, that is a
art. Yeah, lacrosse. Like the only time I heard about
college
lacrosse was
The
sport.
Catholic schools played lacrosse because they had girls lacrosse teams,
well,
at
they had
least in
field hockey
Cleveland.
too. We had field hockey, and that was basically a girls' sport. Lacrosse was just dudes hitting each other with titanium sticks. It looked fun as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. And a freaking hard ball.
Yeah, it's a
When you get hit
hard
by
ass
that one.
ball. You can fucking slash people with that stick. A defender's stick is 6 feet tall, and you can fucking. Yeah. Lacrosse is a extreme sport, dude. You hear them hacking at each other's arms and shit.
Yeah, I had a couple of buddies that lived across the street, and actually their dad was a coach as well, and it's freaking crazy.
You're playing with almost a croquet ball. It's
Yeah,
not that hard, but it's hard.
cross check. You don't want to get cross checked either.
I don't hear it as being as popular, but there used to be. It was mainly a game where people went to gamble, but it was called highlight, and it was like, oh, they had
It's
that
big in
in
Florida.
Tijuana, but it was really popular in Florida too. Like it,
It still is.
and I went to a bunch of those in Tijuana, and that shit was crazy, dude. That ball was there. That's a crazy ass fucking game, and that shit's fast
So
as fuck.
if
Yeah.
people don't know what Bud's talking about, it's like a wicker glove you put on. It's a scoop almost. It comes off you attach your hand like this, and it scoops off your hand. And the ball, it's played in a racquetball, not a racquetball. Yeah, a
Room.
racquetball court
Kind
almost.
of like that, but it's bigger than a
Yeah.
racquetball. And it's all four walls all around. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those balls are going 190, 180 miles an hour when they really get them going.
yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
And to your funny
And to
comment,
watch your guys grab them, it's like, wow.
So back in the day, hala or whatever, I can't remember, whatever, however you say it, really was started to launder money down in Florida, of all places. That's where all the Cubans
Wow,
were
that one's
and shit.
gross.
Well,
It was
gambling has been a place where money's been laundered. All the horse racing, yeah,
it's like that. Yeah, it's the horse racing in Florida.
horse racing, highlight, you name it. Like they, they tried to clean some of that up, but even poker, there's ways that rich people get like lose money and then to the friend that
Lose it to
wins
this
money, and then they get
person.
the same money. There's a lot of hustle.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when, those ETFs or whatever they are came out. I said, man, that's the perfect way to launder money. Buy
NFTs.
something that's not real. Yeah, buy something that's not really real except on a computer screen. And
Yeah,
you're paying how much?
our technology,
3.4 million? Yeah, that's a coke deal.
our technology is not going away from computers, obviously.
No, it's
Digital
going all
currency.
towards computers. And it
Oh,
sucks.
oh shit! I wanted to bring this up with you, all of you. I think Nevada is the first state to imply or try to imply a new money situation. There's a company, and what they're doing is they're making bills, $1 bills out of $1 in gold. It has $1 of actual gold worth on the bill.
Okay, those are called gold bucks,
Gold.
and they're actually now goldbacks. They're now actually, I think, in 4 or 5 different states.
I want some.
And a $1 one gives you like 1/10 of 1/10,000 of a gram of gold, of an ounce of gold.
Here, I'll see if I
You
can
know,
find the website.
they're pretty full. If you can find them, wholesale value now that gold has gone up is probably close to $4.55 a piece. Well, actually, they were $4.50 months ago, but they're probably $5.50 now. They make a 1, a 5, a 10. I don't know if they make a 20, but they do
Oh,
make a
New Hampshire
50
has
and they
them.
do make 100. Yeah,
Okay,
New Hampshire has them.
I'm on the website right
Arizona
now.
has them.
So
And there's Idaho or Nebraska was like the first place.
You know.
okay, so on AP Max, whatever website, this one South Dakota Goldback, I think it's
Oh.
$5 worth. It's $6. I'm gonna go to New Hampshire and see if I can
For,
buy
for
some.
$5 one for $6. That's actually really cheap because
Yeah.
they carry like a $4 premium. The
Hold on,
premium
I'm on
is
the
literally like two fifty.
Where our government was like at war with, and then they told everybody to turn in their gold, couldn't have it anymore.
I love
They
gold.
did that. They have
Huh?
a picture of a guy that took in when they said that you had to turn your gold in. They have a picture of a guy with one of the old trolleys just stacked full of bags of gold coins. They said if he would have waited that 6 or 8 months, he would have gotten like 4 times as much.
Yeah, I mean, can you
But
imagine like living in that
Oh,
time
oh,
when all of a sudden,
I got it.
like, oh, the main currency gold, and then all of a sudden the government pulls some shit like that and says, oh no, you got to turn in your gold.
yeah,
All right, Captain.
and I
So their
some of
website
the
directs me to this place, Money Metals. One Nevada Goldback, 1/1000th of a troy ounce, 24 is 503.
okay.
And then hold on, because obviously the
I'll
more you
se-
buy,
I'll, I'll send you the link to the company that actually produces those, or the company that produces them, and they have a list of their
yeah,
wholesalers
this is
that
where I
they
got it
sell
from.
to. Okay,
Goldback.
yeah,
This was like
exactly.
number 3 on their list. I checked the other ones. This one seems to be the cheapest in the top 3. So a $5 Nevada Goldback, 1/200th troy ounce is 25.13.
Yeah,
I've seen machines though. I've seen machines where you can go up and put money in and it gives you gold back. So from the actual company Goldback, I think.
yeah, but I'm sure you're going to pay more than what that company is selling them for.
There's vending machines in certain like Singapore and Dubai and a couple places where you can put in money and then it dispenses you gold.
There's that. Well, you actually, there's one at the airport I'm going to go to. I'll probably end up showing it to you. You can buy gold right through that vending machine. Uh, but I was in Erie, Pennsylvania at this. It was near a racetrack, but it's or a casino. It's a shitty casino, and it's an even shittier. It used to be a really nice hotel back in like the 60s, 70s, but they never updated really, so it's a shitty hotel. They had a machine in there that you could get cash for your Bitcoin.
Yeah, they still
I
have
thought
Bitcoin
that
ATMs.
I thought that was something, but to see it in Erie, Pennsylvania, basically in a shithole, they have a Bitcoin ATM machine.
Yeah, there actually are a lot of those. Or you can buy
I
Bitcoin from them also.
I don't know. You know, I haven't been in the States for almost 8 years.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can look them up.
Did
You
you
can
know?
Google, like, near me, Bitcoin kiosk near me.
I might
My
actually
phone is
have
They're
to.
just
around.
my phone. When you go to Google Maps and you hit it, the first thing it brings up: cannabis dispensaries near me.
Yeah. So there's a company called Gold ATM, and they have them a lot of places actually.
That's fucked up. Really? Are those common, actually? That's fucked up. Like,
None.
oh, I feel the need to have some gold. I think I'll see if there's a vending machine around
Actually,
here.
to tell you the truth, if you stock those vending machines with 1, 5, and 10 gram bars, you would be surprised at the money you'd make. You would, because there's not a lot of people
Probably, I
that
wouldn't.
have $2,300, $2,400 for an ounce of gold,
I
but
could
they
see
want
it.
to own some. So a gram of gold is going to cost them $80. Well, that's what it is on the market right now. I think it's like $80 a gram. So you're going to be paying $90 or $100 a gram for it, because there's about a 10 to 15% markup.
That's still a little bit up, maybe like a half gram. Like, it reminds me of like the machines, like, oh,
A,
you put in a penny and it stamps
a
like a
tenth,
souvenir
a,
thing,
a
like in Las
tenth of a
Vegas or
gram,
someplace. I can see people getting those and some kind of
a
souvenir
tenth
thing.
of a
Nevada.
Oh,
gram.
and
So
then thinking to
Nevada.
themselves, oh, it's really an investment.
And it is.
It is. It's gold.
Wait a second. I'm going to
Well, you
take
make
that
it a little
back.
bit, you make some
I'm
profit,
let me take that back. It is not an investment to make money. It's an investment to keep the wealth that you already have, because the American dollar can go to shit, but that gold is still going to be worth what it is.
Can you see
Yeah,
what I'm
and
showing right
yeah.
now?
any type of machine or exchange thing is taking a vig off of it. So like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
20%.
Can you see what
yeah,
I'm showing?
so like if
It's a good,
right off the bat, you have
it's
to
a great
overcome
scam thing. Not a
that.
scam even.
So
So
the
this
only
is the
way
actual
that's why like I
website.
noticed like in the one area
Uh,
where there's a few
200.
dispensaries on the street, it's also like as many coin shops on that street, like 5 or 6 coin shops. And yeah, the coin shops have more customers than the dispensaries. That's for fucking sure, dude. You always
Yeah.
see people coming and going from coin shops. I've never been in one. I'm not into that, but I know that there's a lot of shit that goes on in those coin shops.
Yeah. So these
So
are
Yeah,
gold backed. So these are
you
backed by
should
gold,
see
but
some
they're
of the coins I've seen here.
these are New
No,
Hampshire.
they actually have gold in them. They
yeah,
Yeah,
have
these are
gold
actually.
yeah,
in
that's what you
the
need. The
gold
gold backs
printing
don't.
that you see.
Oh, really?
The
On the
gold
gold
that
back? I
printing
thought
that
the
you
gold
see is
backs,
gold.
but I thought it was backed by gold. Well, you still have to go to the government and say, hey, give me my gold.
No,
No, these actually have the
Okay.
gold embedded in it. It's like a
Okay, that's
thing.
yeah,
cool. Yeah, that's what you'd want. And like some kind of souvenir thing, like good, you know,
So this is
some art
Nevada.
in there, and boom,
Yeah,
yeah,
Captain.
people would buy it. In Las
yeah.
Vegas or some
It,
place where people are loose with money and want a souvenir.
Four
They
dollars
can.
when
and
I come back,
94
when I
cents.
come back, I'm going to buy one of each, because the artwork on them, just like you said, you should see some of the artwork.
Collector
It's
thing.
beautiful. Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
going to buy them to collect them.
Have you ever seen like silver cougarans and shit? Like gold ounces?
Yeah,
Some of them have a premium just because it's like a Swiss bar or a cougaran or it has a name
a
behind it.
Cougaran. Okay, Cougarans are your cheapest gold bullion coin that you can buy. Okay, issued coin. Okay. They don't hold the premiums like a gold eagle or a gold Britannia or even a gold Canadian maple leaf. They still bring a higher premium. I think you can get $20 over an ounce is what it is. It's basically,
Wow.
yeah, you can get Cougarans
Just
for
for
like
art, just
$20,
because of the
25. Oh, no, that's the premium
added
on it.
value.
But when you go to buy the American
Oh, okay.
Eagle, you're going to pay $150 premium. The platinum, they stopped making fractional platinum. So all that fractional platinum that you find from 2008 and 2009, you should actually kind of pick up because I think pneumatically, not in value as platinum, but value of like a premium going up because they stopped making, fractional platinum many years ago. I see that going up.
Platinum's a very
And
precious.
look what happened to but look what happened to platinum and what is it, rhodium? It was like $35, $32,000 an ounce, and now it's less than platinum, and platinum's back up over 1,000. But the premium on a platinum 1 ounce coin from our government, if you can find it for under $150 premium, you're getting a deal. Because most dealers are still paying $100 premium for that coin.
My friend Danny, who's like a professional high stakes poker player, his wife, okay, so he deals with lots of cash. He buys in for 50K.
She sits down, goes through the bill numbers.
He goes to the cage and gets his money and goes home. And his wife goes through money, and over the years she sells it on
serial numbers.
Because he says it's not even collectible money. If you can find a serial number that's like a birthday, or like there's these certain things you look for, like weird things.
Yeah.
Oh, it's $100 bill, but
radar numbers.
You like 200 for it because that's their birthday, or it's weird things, or it's numbers that they like, weird numbers that people are attracted to, and she's for years goes through all the money and looks at it and pulls certain things aside and then can resell it for more money. And they're not even like
the 2013 $100 bill star notes. There's a few of them out there that are really rare. And it's because there's actually two star notes. There's a star note and there's still the regular note out there. So you can buy the matching sets, and those go for like $7,000, $8,000. But I was getting 2013 star notes in Cambodia, and I was checking them because they come out of those machines crisp. And I actually found a couple that were worth $150, and I saved them. And when I get home, I'm gonna put them up for sale. Make that
banks have some way of going through it all.
eBay take its 40%.
Well, I'm sure
nowadays with technology.
I have friends that go to banks. I have friends that go to banks and they buy packs of $2 bills, $1 bills, fives to look for those numbers. But they also buy boxes of 50-cent pieces because most of the dimes and most of the quarters, the silver ones, are gone. In the 50-cent rolls, you can still find silver. And it's really easy. You just put the rolls on a scale And if they weigh above a certain weight, then you know there's at least a 40% silver or 90% silver in there. But I also had a friend pick up a brand new box, and it happened to be a box where they were selling them for like double face value. If you got
Isn't
the one straight, you
isn't
know,
the treasury
the ones that
like
roll
trying to
still.
pull out all this stuff as it comes through? Like
Oh yeah, the banks do. They're supposed to separate it.
yeah, so like you
All
gotta
the
move it
gold
from that.
certificates, all the red.
Yeah. All the coins that are like that, like any abnormality, they probably pull it out.
Yeah. And that's how you get star notes is the bill will be damaged somehow and they'll just print up another one of those bills with that number on it and give it a star designation. That means it replaced the bill that was damaged. And that's why I said every once in a while you can find twos of those.
Yeah, my
Because I
brother,
actually have a
my
star
brother,
note collection at home.
Jeff, it's got to be 25, 30 years. Like when he has money, he goes to the bank and gets like hundreds of dollars of $2 bills, but he just uses them. He tips with them or some pays for shit with them. He
Yeah,
never
like tip.
saves them. But like I've heard that, oh, if you're really gonna try to look for bills that are worth money, it's in the $2 bills. There's a bunch of them that are worth
Yeah.
amounts of money.
And those are the star note ones because those are really limited. I've got some where there's less than 100,000 star notes made from that series.
I think in my wallet, it's just because I'm a
But
weirdo.
yeah, I got a collection of star
I
notes.
think I have like 6 or 7 $2 bills stashed in there because I, not because they were special. I just had one. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna save it. I don't know why. Like they look kind of cool.
I got this stamp that says I grew hemp and I stamp it on all the $2 bills that I hand out because I give them out as tips or I'll write my name and phone number on it as a business card. That's what I did here in Thailand.
Well, I'll have to look for
That
those.
was my business card. You got an I grew hemp right on the front coming out of Jefferson's mouth. And on the back in a red Sharpie, I wrote my name and phone number. There's probably 60 of those around Bangkok.
Decent amounts of cash. And yeah, money's like the dirtiest thing there is. Like, yeah, if I ever feel like putting gloves on and washing my hands afterwards,
Yeah,
counting money, man, that shit's nasty.
yeah. Coins are really nasty to handle. Really, really nasty. I have a friend that owns some of those you wash it places for cars and clothes. And he's got a pair of kind of heavier cotton gloves he wears. He says, I've got to change these like every 2 weeks because they're just totally black from grabbing all the quarters.
Well, when Vegas used to have the buckets and the nickel slots, penny slots, quarter slots, and you get all the change, they used to have at the end of all the aisles these dispensers where they gave you the
glove
to touch the coins, and yeah, they would get black as fuck after a few hours.
Yep. My grandma would always grab those because she was a slot player.
Like I think back, I played then. Today, you just have your credits and ding, 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 ding. Back then, you used to actually put coins in.
And
It was
and
like,
coins came out and they made a great noise when they came out.
dude, that was like a whole thing. And then you'd
You knew when
carry the
someone hit
buckets
the
up. I
jackpot.
used to put in nickel slots, and a couple buckets of nickels weighed a lot. And then you'd have to carry them up to the cashier. And they would fucking count it out, throw it in the big coin sort of thing, and tell you how much you had. Today, like in Vegas,
Well,
the money exchange machine, they don't give you any change. They ask you to donate it. Like if you want to get your change, then you got to go to the cashier window. They'll give it to you
yeah,
there. But the machines themselves, no, like where you just put in your ticket and cash out, they round
no.
up, like or round down, and whatever change you have, they just keep it.
Can you imagine how many people let them keep between 3 cents and 17, 18, even up to probably 60 cents, 70 cents, just not to stand in a line, but to get their money from a machine. So that machine probably makes them, a couple thousand
I always
dollars a day.
Millions
the
a
new
year.
machines nowadays have a last like ditch effort spin. It'll take whatever you have and like give you a chance to have one more like spin on the thing.
Yeah. And I've seen people hit jackpots with that. And they end up walking away with like 500-600 bucks off of a free spin. Those catch me every once in a while on IG because those bring back the days when I used to go out with my grandparents to Las Vegas. And I
So
think going out to Las Vegas was the thing that really killed my grandfather, getting up in a plane.
I'm on my fourth run with the soil. I'm running into some deficiencies. I've re-amended, but I haven't re-amended a lot. I'm thinking after this next run, so I got all that soil right here. It's 10, 10, 10. That's a 5. There's 2 3s I just cut down. I think after this run, I'm gonna break all this down into the bin, put some perlite on it, a lot of fucking worm castings, um, and re-amend it really heavy.
Yeah.
Because I've only been lately like I've been trying to get along with just lightly re-amending it. It's worked on fourth run. I'm starting to see things I don't want to see.
Well, that's to be expected. That's soil. That's 101 of soil.
Was
I
that close
re-amended
to
it though.
Maine?
I did re-amend it.
But did you re-amend it? Like the thing that ends up being like, okay, putting the worm casting in, that's great because that's organic matter, like which is part of like the soil web, right? Having and over a year or two, that's the thing that gets depleted uh the most out of soil that you know.
I use BioLive and Stoughton's blend normally. Oh yeah, and I got fish bone meal.
And I mean, I've never gone as far as sending my soil samples to Logan Lab, which is the main recommended place. But there's other labs. Some of them even do it free or for less money, like your local college and stuff. But yeah, soil test is probably like, when you re-amend and rebatch up a batch, yeah, have it tested to make sure you're in the right ranges and not too much of one thing and not enough of something else. Because like all the content I've listened to about soil, a lot of those guys really you know, uh, talk up how soil tests are important to know where you're at.
I got a, I got, I don't know, 6 more plants that are coming in here. I just topped them all while you guys were sitting in here. I went over there, I topped them all, I took off. Gosh, I'll show you.
So was that
I'm
coastal
sorry,
Maine
guys.
originally?
Yeah, yeah.
So that was a good soil, probably. I'm not really familiar with them, but yeah.
So
So I mean, it should last.
I took all the tops off these and cut all a good amount of the fan leaves to expose some of the buds. So give them another 2 or 3 weeks. We're gonna up pot them and then put them over there. I got stuff over here started. See if just some backup seeds in case the ones outdoors don't grow, which they look like they're gonna grow. Yeah, but we're gonna up pot these to 3 gallons in a couple weeks. We got 4 blueberry cushions in here, 1 Michelangelo, and this Donatello that's all fucked up. It was a helmet head. It got stuck in its shell. I had to do surgery on it, and I got it out of the shell, and now it's just stunted like a motherfucker. But
Yeah, but sometimes those will take like months and finally it'll kick in and then finally you'll flower it and it'll be like the dankest weed ever. I've had that happen a bunch of times. I'd say don't kill it. That could be the dank weed. Like somehow all that stress or whatever it went through, yeah, once it gets going, it'll eventually get going. Takes a while.
I've been trying to keep it alive as much as I can. So I just harvested 2 Planet of the Grapes auto flowers. What is this? One more Chem Dog cross. So trim up. Actually, these are all my strains, other than the ones I just harvested. This is Apple Fritter across the Chemo. And then this big chonker is fucking Papaya Rum Cake across the Chemo. That's the DQ on. Temperature 68. Humidity 59. Yeah, these things grew weird as fuck. Worst auto flowers I ever grew. Like, it grew so weird and like, it looks like a a, Thai, a Thailand land race the way it grew. It's like leafy and airy.
I wouldn't blame. I would say it's some Russian ditweed look, not Thai weed. Look.
I've
But
had some
that's
really
what
good
they
fucking
use to make
autoflower.
cotton, right?
The bud looks halfway decent. It's frosty, but definitely not the best autoflower I've ever grown. Oh, so I've been saving a bunch of like that's all trim and stuff down there. And then I've been saving all my trim up here. I'm gonna take all of the extra little buds and leaves and stems, and on the 29th when I do my fire at 420, I'm gonna throw it all in the fire. Just to get rid of it because it's kind of just sitting there. I feel like it's just gonna be funny. Make the whole neighborhood smell like weed. Oh,
Damn, I forgot how to spell deficiency.
um, I've been looking at the weather, watching the weather. It looks like I'm gonna have a nice sunny day out on the 29th, and it's gonna be like 75 to 79. So it's gonna be pretty nice out. I got the whole tent. I'm gonna set up the tent with the walls anyways. Because I want to see we should get enough people here. I think if I seal up the tent 10 by 30, we can actually fishbowl it. So that's going to be a goal. I'm going to shut all the doors and windows and just try to fishbowl the 10 by 30 tent. Hello?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I have a Thai farmer that I was helping in Chiang Rai, and he asked me if the plants were ready, and I had to tell him no, and then I had to explain how to look at the triclones to him. So it took me a second, and I have 40 more minutes in this room. And then I'm going to have to take about a 30-minute break and go over to the other hotel, which is only right down the street.
Right down the street, man.
The soy. Man, there are so many soy dogs out here. It ain't even funny. You can tell they don't eat dogs out here, that's for sure. I mean, I walked into a pack of them last night coming down the street that my hotel's on, and there must have been like 12 or 14, 15 of them. So I lost a sock and I gained a black sock. That really sucks because the sock I lost was like the whitest sock I have. It got to like the last week of my house. Some of the clothes I was wearing, I wasn't even worrying about washing them. It was like, we'll just throw it away. I'm wearing a pair of pants now I thought I would have wore during, my couple days, or they could be work shorts. but they could also be shorts that if I'm a little bit overweight, they can go in the trash. I think I'll be all right. I'm only carrying on 32 kilos.
Dude, this is gonna be perfect. I'll shut my TV off.
I can't believe I found a tube for all my pictures and posters to bring home. Man, if they tell me to ship that, that's going to be expensive. That's like half-inch fucking cardboard tubing. It probably cost me $50 to get it home.
This looks dope. Then I got the little twinklers back here.
For you that haven't figured it out right now, I'm having a really tough time with the airlines, and it's throwing me kind of in a depression. So I talk to them one day, and the next day I don't feel like talking to them because I do have to stay up and I have to talk to them at nighttime here to actually get somebody. If not, I'm on hold for like an hour and a half. But as you can see, I'm sitting at the airport, not downtown partying.
I can't wait to party.
Of course, these rooms are also 4 nights for one, too, so it's a lot easier on the pocket. I had Burger King for the first time in almost a year last night. I think it was like 8 or 9 months ago in Cambodia, I had Burger King. And the Burger King in Cambodia was a lot better than here. Hey, the ice cream man. That's one thing I miss in the States is hearing the ice cream man come down the street.
Dude, I was actually trying to catch the ice cream man. I heard him. And I just never seen him. I waited outside.
Oh, these ice cream guys here, they hear you yelling, they'll turn right around for you. There was a new group kind of moved in to the apartments a couple years ago. And usually when people move into those apartments, they stay in them for a few years. But the first year and the second year, I was buying the kids ice cream every once in a while. And instead of like throwing everything out of the trash containers, they were actually putting stuff in the trash containers. And it also kept them in their yard too, not near my house screaming.
Got a party, bro. It's funny that I paid less than like $20 for this lighting.
You know what? I stopped throwing parties because I noticed that I would invite all these people and I kept getting the same 4 people. And I would go out and I'd spend $400 or $500 on a party. I'd make sure there were good beers in there, or Sammy Smiths and shit like that for my friends to drink. And at the time, I wasn't drinking, so. But shit, me drinking is 2, 3 drinks and I'm done. And that third drink's probably at like hour 5 or 6.
Yeah.
This
I'm actually
this guy's
having
got a
really good.
cool ice cream truck. He's got one with like a big baseball helmet or hat on it. That was cool. It looked like one of the bullpen buggies.
I'm expecting 20 to 50 people.
Yeah, if I did that, I'd probably get like 12 people. But I also have to understand that the majority of my friends live like 30 minutes to an hour and a half away. Because I just found the people that lived around me not worth like
One of the family farms lives
around.
like an hour and a half from.
Yeah,
He's actually DJing. He is
I
one of the DJs.
I traveled 120 miles to drop off clones to people and free clones at that. Wow, she's beautiful.
I'm gonna smoke some of this skunk smelling Chemdog cross to Chem 91 Calio.
So that masterpiece, I finally smoked the other one that I got from that guy, and it wasn't as powerful to me as the masterpiece, but that was another one where the high lasted over an hour. And that is prices. That was pretty damn reasonable, especially on his wholesale prices. I think the shop is going to buy all their top shelf from him from now on. Because he'll actually let us break up 100 grams into 5 different strains. And back in the States, that's kind of hard to do. But here, they'll do it for you because they just want to make the sale. They want the product to go away.
I feel like you can always get, if the person has different strains and you're buying a QP,
You can get a quarter of each.
Yeah, I
or an
usually
ounce
get
of each.
Yeah, an ounce of each.
That's what I would do. A lot of times when I was in, like when I came back for that 10 months, I literally bought like 2.5 pounds within the first month and a half of being back. And I was buying them by the pound. And it was like, hey, give me an ounce of this, an ounce of this, give me 2 ounces of this one. Because I was trying all these new flavors that I hadn't seen before. And the majority of them went into the mids pile. And that's when you take the mids and you start mixing them together and you find out that, hey, if I mix this one and this one together, it goes from a mediocre high to a really nice high. And then you mix some of them and you put them halfway out and say, okay, I'm not going to mix those. That tastes like shit. Damn, that plane's close. That's not even 100 meters over the top of that last hotel.
All right, I got to sneak out. Hope you guys have a good night.
Yeah. Just me and you, bud, and Jeff.
And D.
Okay, D's still here. That's cool. because here in a little bit, like I say, I'm going to have to jump off for about 20 or 30 minutes and check into the new hotel.
Alrighty. Oh, I'm muted all this freaking time. Yeah, I'm here still.
Damn you button.
I'm mining Bitcoin right now.
You're mining Bitcoin.
Yeah. I'm at 30. I have 30 Bitcoin so far.
Then what the hell you doing talking with us and not out like traveling the world? 30 Bitcoin. 30 Bitcoin, that's what? Almost a mil?
No, I think it's like 30 cents.
Bitcoin ain't that.
I
It's
don't know.
not 1 penny a coin.
I don't know, dude.
Bitcoin's like 30 some $1,000.
Shit, man. I mean,
He says he's mining Bitcoin. That's different than owning Bitcoin, right?
yeah.
So he gets
Okay.
his computer power is being used to facilitate, and then
Generate money.
you get a little something. Now you do it
Yeah.
at scale.
Okay.
But that takes a lot of power.
Yeah. And that's what they were doing here is they were going through Thailand and they were looking for buildings that were just, one whole side of the building was nothing but air conditioners. And they were busting those places because they were just set up with all these computers in them, mining Bitcoin.
Bitcoin
And
miner.
they were
Oh, sorry, go ahead,
they
Sam.
were talking like 150, 250, a $500,000 baht a month in electric. That's a lot of computers.
Yeah, I guess it's physics, right?
Yeah.
Nothing's for free in
Yeah.
physics.
Marriage of plane. I wonder how the view will be because I'll actually be farther away from this landing pattern. I'll be closer to the airport.
There you go.
Which is going to make it kind of nice because the BTS station is right over there and the MRT for the rail link is right there, which takes me directly to the airport.
Oh shit, I missed it.
And I can take the MRT into Soak and I can be there in 22 minutes.
Right on.
I just got to make sure to catch the last fucker because I missed it out at that party. So they had this tray in the VIP section and they said THC and mushroom chocolates. Well, I thought they said the mushroom chocolates were the other side, and I grabbed like 6, 7 pieces of chocolate. And then someone told me how much were in each piece of chocolate. So the following morning, Sunday morning, during our little thing, I went down. I was still tripping during our show Saturday night.
Right on.
I had to go down and beg for another night's room because it was like, I ain't going to get my shit together.
Right on.
No, it wasn't right on because I missed the
Well, yeah.
MRT and then I had to walk And then I got to the taxis, and none of the taxis wanted to take me where I wanted to go because it wasn't, I guess, it was too far for them that late at night. And I finally, I probably walked a third of the way back to my hotel before I got a taxi. So I probably walked good 4 to 5 kilometers. It sucked. Frogger tripping? No.
That can't be right. This can't be real.
What, you just found out you had $92,000 instead?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd leave that fucker running.
Yeah.
There goes another, that one's going in fast. Man, I seen a plane go in the other day. I bet you they had a rough landing when he touched down.
Mm-hmm.
This plane was probably going 150, 200 knots more than it should have been.
Let me try to redeem it.
But yeah, I can't wait to be closer to that MRT because then I'll actually be able to go into town tonight. Hopefully tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow at 1:05 or 1:30 or the day after that, I should be flying home. I almost had the ticket number until we got disconnected.
Mm.
And the airlines do not call to Asia. They don't call you back. You have to call them. And you never get the same person.
Yeah.
So you got to start all over again. And where I'm getting disconnected is every time they put me on hold, I hold my breath.
31.
Because then they go to click back on and they disconnect you.
Mm-hmm.
Or they put you on hold and disconnect you. And you're like, you bitch, I just spent an hour on the phone waiting for you to pick up.
Oh, I hate that shit.
25 minutes. Spent 25 minutes trying to get this straightened out. Almost had it straightened out, and we get disconnected. Son of a bitch. But yeah, I am having a hard time leaving Thailand psychologically. And I think my anger issue with the airlines isn't helping.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's actually manifesting it. I'm eating the shit out of Thai food right now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, airlines are a pain to deal with.
Yeah, they are.
What is this?
I
Yeah,
have
just
to
work on
go
and run.
through ViaJet when I went to Vietnam. When I got to Bangkok, the plane was late because the first plane in the morning that I was supposed to take off had mechanical problems. So we waited for the plane an hour later. That was a packed plane. Well, we sat on the runway in Chiang Rai for an hour. So I missed my connecting flight. And since ViaJet, which is a Vietnamese airline, didn't just switch me, they said, well, we can get you there tomorrow, but you're actually flying through this airline. And I said, but you have a plane leaving in an hour and a half. why can't I just get on that? Well, you can if you buy a ticket.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
ended up having to buy a ticket from Bangkok to Ho Chi Minh City. So it cost me like an extra
Okay.
6,300 baht. But they don't give you a phone number. They give you a line account and they give you an email. And that's how you have to talk to them. You can't go up to a window. You can't go up to an office and talk to somebody about it.
Shitty. That's shitty.
Yeah,
They give you
even
an
at the
email.
airport I'm going into, before COVID, the upper floor was nothing but offices for the airlines. If you had a problem that they couldn't take care of, that's where you went. They've shut those completely down. And they give you this little ticket counter, and you can
I can
never
see
get somebody with an
those,
authority to do anything.
those people must have gotten some of the most, that's one of the most abusive jobs. Like something goes wrong with a flight, there's people there when they're trying to hold back the crowd, everyone's, upset. Oh yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
you should see
I think
me when
everyone
I
loses
go
their
off on
temperature,
them.
cursing, and yeah, right. Like nice people, like my vacation's ruined, or you know, something.
And
Not going to
that
make the
happens a
wedding.
lot of time.
Yeah, no,
But
yeah,
because
they
but
were smart.
because
They
of
got
my
rid of them. That's
plane,
smart. That's too much abuse. They couldn't take it.
you know,
Right on.
I I actually had an hour and 45-minute layover, and I was going to get to Vietnam at like 10 a.m. in the morning, 10:30. I didn't end up getting into Vietnam until like 2, 3 o'clock.
I don't know how you travel so much.
But
I
it
hate
was the
traveling.
airline's fault. And they wouldn't give me that hour and a half plane ticket there. Oh no, we booked you through another airline. You have to go through them. Well, where's their office? It's not here. Here's how you get a hold of them. Like I'm never going to see that money, right?
Yeah, they
What
make
they're going
money.
to do is give me a voucher for 6 months and I'm going to be gone for 10.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm still trying to get a gift
Air
card
Asia,
replaced.
I've got
The only way I can communicate with them is through fax or through the U.S. mail.
mail. I've had to do that with a couple rebate checks that I got when I was over here because I was using my credit card so much. The rebate checks would come in and I wouldn't get them in time because they're only good for like 4 or 6 months. And I'm like, I can't like get this and then sign it and then send it back
Yeah.
in time. This is during COVID and shit. The beginning of COVID.
Yeah, that was
Well,
a crazy time.
fuck. What did I just
But
do?
but I asked them about email. No, we don't have any email you can correspond with
No,
because I don't have a fax machine or fax software. I mean, I used fax and just used it like its trial period, which is like one time basically. But then like they come back, oh no, now you have to send this, or
Or
it's
send.
on it can't read it. Send it enlarged and darkened.
yeah. Well, maybe you should replace the ink in yours because it looks fine on my end.
So I looked it up. I only have like
Oh,
4 cents
it's starting
right
to
now.
get hot. 4 cents.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep going.
But hey, if you're not using it or doing anything and it's not eating up more power, which I think it
It's
is, than
it's
what
not
you're
it's not a
making.
it's not a CPU, Captain. It's a program. It's a game or something. It's a mining program.
Okay.
It's not a game, but
So
yeah.
when you turn your computer off, does it still keep going
This is on my yeah. It
or
keeps
does it
going.
stop?
It keeps going, I think, but it's on my phone. This is I have just recently got this.
Okay.
It's on my phone.
Because it could be using data up on your phone.
I'm using
And if your
Wi-Fi.
data limited, then you could be in trouble.
Yeah. No,
There you
right now
go.
I'm doing
So all you
Wi-Fi.
have to do is keep the phone plugged in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's starting to get hot here and it's overcast. It looks like it's going to rain
Nice.
again. No, it just makes it really hot and humid and muggy for a while
Yeah.
before it rains and after it rains. I have cleaned out my lungs since I'm here. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I've been hacking coming out of the mountains to the flatland. It's actually kind of nice to see seagulls again, though. But all my birdie birds are gone.
So do you have do you know what your plans are? Are you gonna be staying there for a while, getting that work done?
No, hopefully I should be out of here like tomorrow at 1:05 a.m. or, the next day.
Uh-huh. And then come to the States.
That's why
Yeah.
I'm out at that. That's why I'm out of the airport, out by the airport. I'm waiting for that call saying, "Here's your ticket number." I'm waiting not for that call, but to get through to actually get a ticket number to come home. And I've been trying to do this for the past week. Because basically it
Yeah.
was, well, shit, yeah, it's been almost Thursday, it'd be a week since I got my MRI results. Because I left open 4 days after my Saturday doctor's appointment, just in case I
Mm-hmm.
need surgery. So I was waiting around to see if I needed surgery, and they pretty much told me like Monday, Tuesday that didn't look like it, but they still hadn't got the report back from the guy reading the MRI.
So hey, Cap,
Hmm.
you know Robbie, my kid, right?
Yeah.
So well, he left yesterday, but I got the call, text today, this morning that he made it to Berlin via Barcelona because he felt safer going into Barcelona because he's been through that custom. Because yeah, the booth that's at Mary Dean, which is the big cannabis event in Berlin this weekend, that seems to be a pretty big event going to happen. Uh, is in like he finally branded himself and has like the banners. What's the name of his company? Wait. Pack
Oh,
Mule
I got to
Seed,
get out of here.
right? But he flew over there because Mothership Glass, Scott Deppie, is also like sharing in the booth. And then I think it was like 6 pieces that they shipped him from Mothership to bring with him in these like anvil cases, right? and and then of course he got real creative with bringing a bunch of his products and seeds and rosin and everything like that.
Yeah.
And over the last few weeks, he's been telling me, what do you think of this idea? What do you think of that? I'm like, well, yeah, I guess you got to go for it. He's doing this, and yeah, it all went good. Him and all the stuff landed and was in Berlin, ready for the event starting on Friday. Yeah.
As long as you do it smart, you know, that's the whole thing. You got to do it smart. You got to pack it smart. You got to, there's a lot of precautions you got to take.
Yeah.
No, I'll leave the ice here. But yeah, you can travel anywhere with it. It's just how do you pack it and how much do you take? And how much you take is a big thing. And, you don't take it in bud form because bud forms, those will show up on an x-ray. But if you grind it up, it just becomes ground up organic material that can be anything. So they really don't pay attention to that. It's once when you start taking like a pound and a half, 2 pounds, 3 pounds, then it's like, yeah, a bag that size being organic, that's worth something to take a look at.
All the creative methods, but they weren't all in one thing or another. But just under a kilo of like top rosin in like kinds of different little ways. Some of it in the hair, mixed in with regular stuff. Some of it over here. Mainly like food and cosmetics and being very creative, searching out the right kind of packaging that you can redo and
reseal
and that's why Barcelona, mainly because of Spanibus, yeah, they don't really fuck around there. Germany, the thing is in Germany's big on like anything that comes into their country, even people that fly back to Germany, that they buy things and then bring it home, they tariff tax it basically. So like it would have been hard to bring in items X, Y, and Z without them saying, oh, well, okay, no problem, but you got to pay the tax on it. So, and then once in the EU, just like in the United States, oh, well, then the security is different if you're flying state to state. You know what I mean? Or country to country, as long as it's in the EU. And yeah, I was scared for him.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to jet for about a half an hour.
But the reality is,
all right, Cap.
The value of all these products up in Mendo is next to none. Like you can get pounds of top rosin for under 3,000 a pound at this point. Like, yeah, it's still worth like $50 to $80 a gram or whatever euro conversion.
Go to Michigan, it ain't.
Yeah, maybe BHO. Yeah, that's
In
pretty good for
Monday,
rosin.
pounds of weed still go for 4,000 a pound, like equivalent. So people are doing what they got to do.
Yeah.
It's gotta come with me. I guess I can stay a little bit longer until the taxi comes.
And one thing, homeboy is like the total deadhead hippie, long hair freak, always in crazy tie dyes, period. I'm like, yeah, dude. I mean, and if you got all this glass in these cases, they're going to wonder where the splash is at. But no, like, it all went over there, no problem. Now, I wouldn't advise that for people unless you're like, bottom line, don't do the crime unless you're willing to do the time. And that's the reality.
Yeah,
Don't get in over your head
exactly.
when to take that risk and know the consequences and are down with it.
It's quite a switch, though. It's like, bringing seeds to Europe from America.
Well, depending on which way I go, I may have to send a box back to Chiang Rai because if I go through the AEU, yeah, there's some stuff I ain't bringing.
Yeah.
That's just stupid. We don't do that. Going certain other ways, yeah, that's a lot easier to do. Okay, holy shit, this backpack weighs a lot. Why does a 10-year-old computer have to weigh fucking 4.2 kilos? Oh, God.
When you start taking like seeds into other countries, it isn't that it's cannabis seeds that stress them out. All seeds,
Yeah.
right?
Agriculture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially most of Europe bans all of our food because we use GMO, right? Where they're like totally anti-GMO over there, and so they're worried that anything coming from here, it's like that, which a lot of it is. And agriculture, those are just trying to protect nature, really, because like, yeah, when certain things get brought to certain countries, they become invasive, whether it's a plant or an animal.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's anything.
Like when you
Food.
drive back from Vegas to California, most of the time they just wave you through, but sometimes they actually stop you and ask you, "Do you got any uh, fruits and vegetables?" And like, even if you have just a couple apples or an orange, oh no, you're not allowed to. You got to throw that out. It's like an ag checkpoint. It's not like a border checkpoint or anything like that. It's an ag checkpoint where they don't want any other agriculture products being brought into our state that might have bugs or viruses or whatever.
Yeah, you don't want like citrus from Florida coming in because just like you said, it could have that bug or virus on it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's head out of here. Fuck. I got too much shit, guys. I literally have to call for a SUV to come pick me up because all my luggage won't fit. I was thinking about going to the airport and just putting my 2 pieces of luggage in there. But then I realized, I may have to get into those.
Is that all it is? Just luggage? No, like big
Yeah,
boxes.
but I've already sent
Done
those.
that. Yeah.
Those
I've lugged big
those went
boxes.
Those
Got those.
those boxes went out. My lights got there to my parents' house in 5 days. The boxes that I sent out Sunday.
I think we lost you. Yeah, I can't hear you, Captain.
I'm sorry, I was in the elevator.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, the other boxes that I had, they should be there by Friday.
Yeah, that's a lot easier. A lot easier. I remember dragging those things. Oh man, I had to drag them on the train. I had these two big boxes. I was trying to. I forget which way I was even bringing. I think it was I was bringing some stuff over there.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
found a really good shipping company. Cop on cop. So yeah,
yeah, that would have been good.
I sent back 72 kilos that I can't bring with me.
Yeah, that's a lot too. I think these were like 40 or 50 pounds each. These two boxes I remember bringing.
That's still like 20 kilos.
Yeah, yeah, really, I just like dragging up in the train
Okay,
terminal. Like, yeah, that was brutal.
and we see your recommendation.
So yeah, we used to mail. I think like we found out like we got hit with some tariff. Even like when we were just like having like relatives send things over too, but and then the trick was to just have it opened. So if it was an open package, that was basically what they went by. But if it was still in its original packaging, then they would ask for a tariff. Some people come at your door, they wouldn't give it to you like they mail. Oh yeah, you've got tariff due.
10 minutes away. Okay, that went to the wrong spot. Transportation.
So that's gonna be fun in Berlin. That's festival. That sounds really interesting.
Well,
And Berlin's a party town.
it's gonna, my partner's dual citizen and spends at least 4 months a year in Germany. For the last 25 years, I've known it. Berlin's pretty liberal, but German culture in general, way different. I'm not so sure how the cannabis entrepreneur people are going to do in Germany. I mean, they'll do all right, but like even really expensive mothership pieces, yeah, I'm not so sure that's going to be a thing. Pieces that cost like $7,000 to
Yeah,
$12,000. Yeah.
they think it's a thing anywhere.
Well, but then again, there's always these pockets. I mean, the people that can afford that are the same people that drive Ferraris and
Yeah,
eat at super high. There is this like pocket of people that have so much money they don't know what to do with.
Yeah, I wish I was one of those.
And I think what like I know his other partners coming from Thailand, but they're both from Mendo. Um, and it's like the American group of people. Yeah, once you get up to Berlin and then in the cannabis business and all this, there's going to be a lot of Eastern Bloc business involved. You don't really want to cross paths with those guys.
Yeah, I deal with some of the Russians here because they're in the cannabis business.
Well, they're in business wherever there's money.
Oh yeah. They pretty much took over Phuket and they started raiding restaurants because the whole kitchen staff and the whole waiting staff were all Russian.
Yeah. And as Euro starts to legalize, I mean, you still have Amsterdam and all they stand for. And I'm not so sure the American branding and the American cannabis thing is going to be that popular over there. They got their own they they got their own thing. You know what I mean?
The Americans are coming. The Americans are coming.
Well, a lot of different people. Not everybody. Not as many that went to Barcelona. But then again, not everybody used to go to Spanibus until after so many years and the word got around. So this is the first Mary Jane. It's called Mary Jane. It's an event in Germany. Pretty big.
Oh, those fuckers stopped at 7-Eleven.
It's 3 days long. You know, it's modeled. It looks like it's modeled the same as typical cannabis event. I'm sure the people that go this year are like the guinea pigs. And then if it all went smooth, oh, next year, the rest of the brands or people that play at that level. And I mean, I saw an Instagram thing that in Japan, the marijuana thing is out for like the public comment part of the legislation process. So Japan, yeah, in the near future, looks like they might get with it. And then
It's super
a
strict
whole
there.
group of people that whatever you want to call them, the cannabis entrepreneurs, yeah, then they'll pounce on Japan, just like they pounced on Thailand. You know, they just go wherever there's there's like new change and try to get in and out and make some money.
I fucking ordered an SUV and they sent me a Honda Civic.
That's what you're upset about.
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
A Thai SUV, it's a Honda Civic.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Most of the world doesn't have huge vehicles
I'm so,
like in the US. Or at
yeah.
least in Europe doesn't. Yeah.
No,
Australia.
you know order. I ordered Grab already. He here. Holy fuck. Trying to get me to get one of their taxis.
Yeah, I hate travel.
You need to pull in here. Go around. Here. Here.
I can
Holy
see
shit.
people in Europe wanting to move
Hey,
to
I have to
Germany,
go.
though.
I have to deal with these guys, and this ain't going to be pleasant. Later.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, damn.
Later, Cap.
I'm allergic to stress. So like even hearing or feeling his stress just reminded me, yeah, no, I'm allergic to stress. I do not like that shit, man.
And in Thailand, too.
Yeah,
Yeah. Um,
I just avoid it as much as I can as I got older because I don't like it.
yeah. But Japan,
when I
that's
was
interesting
younger,
about
I was
Japan.
addicted to that shit. I was addicted to that. I loved all that stress and hecticness and all that. I don't know. Maybe in the last
Yeah, there
10
was a
years,
time when I was well, yeah,
from my
you don't
50s to
know
my
now.
60s, I was like, oh no, fuck, I don't like stress.
Yeah, yeah, traveling's yeah for me. I think I've done a lot enough
Well,
traveling.
let's see. Scott, my oldest friend, partner, he was 2 years younger than me, been maybe 3 years. He just died in his sleep of a heart attack, right? At least that's what they thought
Uh-huh.
happened. That happened. Yeah, the difference between me and him was like, oh, he was the king of stress. He fucking he loves stress. He would get stressed over the littlest things and argue with people and be like that. And a few other examples, like, yeah, I think ultimately stress is the kill. It's the killer. Like stress is what starts cancer cells to get a good jump
Yeah,
start. Like
that's one
stress
thing. Like Denmark
gets
definitely changed that in
you
me.
and you get attacked by all kinds of shit,
In
right?
fact, that's what they would use stress. That's like basically the
Yeah,
Danish
and
word.
and even the most successful
Like
people
Strauss.
we think are so successful that you know playing with more money or living that life. Oh, I don't know any of that. Oh, a few of them, a few people I know have achieved that and have used it to live a very unstressful life. Okay. But for the most part, those people, yeah, all that shit is stress, right? Even where I see the rich people around here, the coastal rich people I know, stress out the most is when they like have any construction or remodeling or that kind of work done on their fucking multi-million-dollar house. It's only going to go up in value and all this shit. Oh, they go crazy. They go crazy.
And just listening to all the workers. So I mean, if you're really rich and you can like travel while your house is being worked on, that's the best. That's okay. But otherwise, just
I know
listening to my
my
neighbors having work done
my other partner
sucks.
Sam in the last 5 years he got his contractor's license and he basically does like super expensive coastal jobs. And so a lot of times I'm overhearing the shit that he's going through with these clients, which hey, they pay, no question. But god damn, man, they're fucking demanding, they're crazy. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I can believe it.
They're like entitled. Like that's part of it. They're like entitled. But I think that yeah, stress is like I don't know what they say the number one killer is, but I think it's stress.
Well, cannabis definitely helped.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing if Japan does anything forward with cannabis.
Well, I
I
mean, just
guess,
like how Germany
well,
is what
Thailand's
they've
going
said for
backwards now.
years. How goes Germany goes the rest of the EU, right? Because even Spain, Barcelona's weed's not legal. It's like the same kind of thing here, even though it might not be true today as it used to be. But how goes California goes the rest of the country, right? And there's some truth to that at times. I when Thailand changed, I was like, yeah, eventually, I don't know, maybe a little slower than you think, but then it was like a domino. It will spread across Asia. Europe, yeah. How goes Germany? It will only be a matter of time before the UK, London, rest of the country, France, just all get in line with it, right? Somewhat the same thing will happen. Like Germany will set up some system of taxation, and then they'll be having money, and their product will be overflowing into the other countries, states. Like that's really how it worked here. Is like, well, if you're, well, even I read this article about Colorado that was saying that huge percentage of cannabis businesses are upside down. The numbers are, and the tax revenue is way down, and they contribute some of that to the states around Colorado have now have their own medical thing. And so, yeah, when you're like when California and Colorado and a couple states were the only states, well, people from other states went to those states and spent money for the cannabis. And then
Yeah.
when like like even Michigan, right? Yeah, Michigan. I only know this from watching and being friends with some of the guys out there, but I've heard them talk about that. Oh, as Ohio goes legal, and that because it's just a drive across, right? So that was X amount of the business, right? Even locally with the counties. Oh, when one place decides to put up cannabis stores, well, the next city over is like, well, we don't want to lose out on that revenue, so we better have them too.
Yeah. I think that's why it's spreading, at least as far as recreational.
Well,
It's surprising that
because
Germany
only
is
until
going straight to
recently
rec to rec.
did my area allow stores and all that. It's been a couple years, but they slow played it. But then Vista, which is like the town next to where I live, I mean, I'm in Vista a lot. They just passed a thing that it's okay. Events. It's about events. They can be 2 days long. I read like all the things that are passed. They have to be on private property that is private, meaning has a fencing and no visible. Uh, they have to end by a certain hour at night or whatever. And any weed or weed products distributed there have to be through a centralized licensed provider, which is the same thing. If you go to the Emerald Cup or these other events, that's how it operates. It's like, oh, 10 brands all have booths, but if you were to purchase anything, you have to go to the centralized
Yeah, the money's all controlled.
distribution place, which is just another licensed provider that has been, and they probably get a percentage and blah blah blah. So it has to be like that. And there was some like public use is okay and display. It seemed like pretty good. Like some of there's a group here that slowly gaining momentum called San Diego Farmers Cup. And they put on different events. So, yeah, I guess we're making some headway. Like,
Yeah.
or like to me, none of that's making really headway to me. Like, to me, I'd be just as glad as if we went back to like the old days. Not just as glad. That would be great. I'd welcome it.
Yeah. At this point, it's best. I think it's best just keeping that rescheduling is probably just something mostly for dispensaries. Like you said, oh, the revenues aren't coming in; they're not making
The
as
one
much.
thing
Well,
is
that
the
well,
consumption
actually,
of
it's too
cannabis isn't
because they'll
going
be
down.
able to do the tax write-off, the federal tax write-offs, if it goes that way. But
Well,
then also the feds
there's
will
something
tax it. Will have their
180
own
E
tax.
or there's some 280 E, like the banking law. Okay. That'll eventually come because the banks, wait, don't forget, banks make money by having your
Yeah,
business, right?
just make
So
it easier for them to. So it's all
yeah,
for the
and
the
oh, that's a
businesses.
better way to collect taxes and everything else, right? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at one point someplace says, "Oh, cannabis can only be purchased with credit or debit card. You cannot buy weed with cash." Because if you really want to like tighten up the collection of taxes, well, there it
Yeah,
is, right?
yeah.
It's
And
hard
then you
to
could track
smudge
even like
smudge
who's how much
the books.
people are purchasing, who's
But as
buying it.
long as it's cash, well, yeah, cash is slippery, you know,
Yeah,
always has
somebody
been.
could be buying a lot of it. Well, what's going on there?
But ultimately, Colorado has a story. I mean, it wasn't even a cannabis story. It's like a story in the Colorado news about mainly that the tax revenues are plummeting, right? Mainly because the businesses are plummeting and they're shutting their door and they're laying off workers and it's a whole thing. And there's a whole string of things like that that lead you to believe that there's some big problem in the legal business of cannabis. Because the one thing that I don't even need to see data, I know for sure more people and more cannabis is being consumed than ever before, right? Ever before. Not that there's a lack of people consuming cannabis because that's grown leaps and bounds in the last 10 years, even year to year. I think we're like, especially when, certain group turns of age every year, certain amount of them use cannabis. And people that use cannabis, it's not like, oh, I got old, I can't drink anymore. A lot of people use cannabis way into their later years, way late, where they've already stopped doing a lot of other things, but they still use cannabis.
Yeah,
So, uh, and being like a legacy market person, yeah, I don't think it's going to take. I think it's going to take a couple years. They won't be able to help themselves as far as tax. If you think the 30 whatever percent here, I guess it's somewhere between 34 and 37% or
crazy.
whatever tax, right? They won't be able to help themselves because every local legislation to the county to the state and eventually the feds are all those politicians are gonna do what they do to everything else. They're gonna have some idea, and how they're gonna pay for that idea is with a 0.025 percent tax on cannabis, right? Because they've already taxed everything else to the fucking hilt. Like cigarettes, yeah, they're $10. RJR gets 40 cents a pack. So they just piled on tariffs, taxes, user fees. They got all kinds of names for it, but it's basically taxes. And they won't be able to help themselves with cannabis because the way they're approaching cannabis is it's just a money cow anyway, right? It's not like it's legal because it should be. It's legal because they can make
Mm-hmm.
tax money off. It seems that's the motivation of every state and everything to do with it. And somehow, yeah, they're going to home grow and legacy markets. Guarantee you, if you're a real investor in cannabis and have whatever stakes in whatever businesses in it, in cannabis, not the auxiliary products, selling weed, having a store, having manufacturing, packaging, any of these things, hands on in cannabis, and you're an investor, For you to realize the profits that you invested in to get, there's one big elephant in your way, and that's the black market. That's the legacy market. Okay. Yeah, they
Yeah,
think
and
they're
get rid of home growers
going
also.
and
Got to
slowly
watch out for
manipulate
that.
it and take us down to a percentage that it won't be in their way anymore. Right? That's some of what's happening with pricing and different things. They're losing money the same as everyone out here barely making money, right? Or losing money. But at their scale, oh, you see what happens. MedMen goes bankrupt for $500 million. Oh, wow, that's a lot of money to lose on cannabis. Shit, how did you lose that much on cannabis? And there's a string of others, like even the Vegas, the Planet 13, the biggest dispensary, the fanciest place, blah, blah, blah. It was reported in the Nevada, like regular news, not the fucking cannabis news, that their books for this year on average, so it's okay, they file whatever their money status is, they're losing 41 grand a day. Whoa. Yeah, wow. That's pretty harsh, right? For a place that, yeah, most everybody
Talk about
it
like,
out because, oh, hey, it's the biggest, the best,
overbuilding.
and has like all this cool shit in it and all kinds of weed. Yeah, but to run a place like that and whatever, yeah, somehow they're losing 41,000
People
a
need money
day,
though to do that.
right?
You know,
Oh,
it's
and in
not. It's a
modern
new
times,
thing. People don't understand it yet, and
what
what
happens there is they either
you know how
get
it all works, the dynamics. Like how people are going
another
to spend the
entity
money.
that's so big that that little bit of loss is fine. Okay, that's how it
Big
happens.
force.
Or they go bankrupt and they just go belly up on all that investment, and a bunch of other people have lost money. Like where when investors first came into cannabis, it seemed like a sure bet. How could you lose money? But now that it's like 6 years in California, at least with Prop 64, rec, I think there's more losers than winners, dude.
Yeah, I can't see it being good now for
I
anybody.
mean, like
Maybe in those states
I
where,
remember
like
there used to
Ohio,
be these events
maybe
at
for
the
like Ohio, you know,
that
where
were
there's
push
12 or
events.
Big
so
force.
dispensaries in this whole state or something, you know,
There used to
then you
be
could do it.
like every few months, and if you didn't go to the one in San Diego, oh, there's one in LA, there's one in San Francisco. Oh, matter of fact, they're in other states. They were the kind of events where like entrepreneurs paid so much, and then you'd go and get on the stage and you would pitch an auditorium, or it wasn't big theater or anything, but hundreds of people. They were investors, and people used to get money there. Like, oh, hey, I got this idea for edible company and blah blah blah, and here, oh, but I need X amount of money, and these people would
Hmm.
be right there. Okay, you need money, here it is.
Some cool, you know, we
Right
watched
here.
this whole
Hey,
journey.
there's those events don't go on anymore because there's no
Yeah.
group of investors willing to take like any piece of anything in the cannabis thing,
No,
because
and a lot of those
history has
people,
already shown that more people lost their ass in cannabis than one.
yeah, those initial ones, if they weren't fast enough either, they missed out. They lost like the prime time when they could have been doing stuff. Instead,
Yeah,
they were
there's
building out
some people
like
that made
Sub Cool,
money
converting
and
the
came out
bowling
smelling like a
alley.
rose. All right, there's always that, but like overall, oh, it's no, there's way you'd be better off in Bitcoin or so many other uh investments than cannabis. Now, if you're a long-term investor and bought a couple key things, assets that have already gone through so many name changes, I don't even know what they're calling themselves today, but I know the one Canopy that the Representative Boehner and George Shultz, like really politically corrected people, were on their board of directors and shit. So like, oh, no wonder they got bought by something else already and call themselves this and
Mhm.
that. Yeah, 10 years ago, you could have bought that stock at a real reasonable low price, and I guarantee if you keep
That's
holding on to
crazy.
that one ain't going anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there were a lot
And
of the high time stock.
it ain't going up like super high fast, but I don't think it's going to go upside down.
I don't know. There's certain locations where places are good, and I can see in cities where there's also money and people in apartments. People are going to be growing there, and they have money. So yeah, maybe dispensaries can do well, and yeah, you can charge a good price then too, and people just want, oh yeah, that's the name, that's what I want, and it's probably
Well, it
certain
would be
areas like that.
better for the citizens of our country if people could grow themselves whatever amount of weed and sell it and help supplement their income or be an income. Uh, Now, yeah, I mean, I know because I at one point had one nice place like 15, 16 years, 17 years ago. And over time, over these years, I parlayed that into having three different spots. More, right? Right? Uh, so it's easy to say, oh, but if people realize that there's like there's a certain like economic rules of supply and demand products that are like thousands of years old. Like humans have dealt with this market for a long time, and the only way a supply and demand uh, market stays healthy is with the producers. Like there's just certain things you can't produce too much. There's things you can't do, or it fucks it up for everybody.
Yeah.
Right at this point, Colorado's problem is, and it even said that in that article, there's just way too much weed being grown. There's not enough like sale. It over supersedes the amount
They
that,
need a cartel.
right? Oh, California, the same thing. Canada, the same thing. Michigan, the same thing. Every state, same thing. Because no one says, whoa, wait, whoa. Now, how much weed do you think gets consumed? Well, then we only need this amount of weed available. We don't need 10 times that amount of weed available unless you want the price to go to the bottom of the barrel.
And that's where it's at.
Yeah, and I don't think any of this is by accident. Like
Nope.
I know myself. I'm uneducated, ninth grade education, but been in the cannabis business my whole life. I think we're being manipulated by Wall Street because, like, even whoever owns whatever brand, Berner himself, what the fuck is he? Guy from the street. I don't think he's some fucking Wall Street fucking uh, business educated person, right? These guys are
I got
sharp,
kicked
dude.
out of Cookies booth.
Yeah, but I mean, like to be considered like a Wall Streeter and work in the high end of finance and all that.
That event,
Yeah,
by the
you
way,
go to school and they teach
because
you a
he
lot of.
says, "Oh, we're Cookies. We're a national brand." And I said, "No, all you're doing is selling T-shirts and sweatshirts with the name Cookies on it."
Well, I mean, but okay, there's plenty of brands that fucking make more money off of their fucking uh, merch than they do. Like, I, I, I have nothing against them other than I don't like them. I don't like the whole thing. But it's not intended for a 61-year-old guy to like. It's intended for like a target audience. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. And even like Jungle Boys cookies, if you dig into their numbers, or what do you call it, their data, yeah, you'd see that. I guarantee you would see that. Oh, when people turn 21, they're they're captured by our branding, our look, our whole thing, our hip hop, our blah blah blah. But then as they mature, up, what happens to them? They up. Then there's another place that's more for that age person or that type of person. Even with all these breeders, I realize, and there's some crazy people in that circle, right? But
Thank
each of
you.
them have their own little demographic where they appeal to a certain amount of people in the thing. This gun-toting crazy dude with a mohawk and says the most racist shit and all this shit. Oh, he appeals to a certain amount of people. You know what I'm saying? And hey, this guy over here in the hood playing his role. Oh, he appeals to a little demographic too. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's a beautiful thing because yeah, like hey, I remember in 2009 and 10 when the first like high times events happened. It was basically like a lot of white um cannabis grow brands, like the first year or two. Then shortly thereafter, like especially in LA, the San Bernardino Cup, like once that event matured, the majority of the people at that event were weren't white, okay, by no means. It was Latino and all the others and the blacks. And the brands started to represent that. There was Rascal, there was this, the, like, there was more hip, like, and today that's matured even more, right? Like, it used to be, hey, way back in the day, I used to grow weed, and there's a place in LA where, what's that waffle, chicken and waffles place? It's so famous. It's the fucking hood, okay? This is like in the early 90s. And across the street is like a small little mini mall thing with this barber shop in it. Back in the day, like, oh, you had to have a green light even to pull into that parking lot. And we'd come in with our fucking backpacks and we were selling weed to the dudes that ran that barber shop that actually was like a dope spot and a barber shop at the same time. Like one of
Yep.
the stations, like the barber stations, was not no barber was really ever nope, that wasn't a barber station. Oh no, they opened the cabin and there was a fucking triple beam and there was like everything. They sold everything there. Roscoe's across the street from the original Roscoe's, right? And this is back in the 90s when the gang wars in the hood was fucking live. No shit, right? But oh, they paid top dollar because yeah, good weed, green weed back then was like 4, 5 thousand a pound. And oh,
I gotta find mine.
this was my partner Scott's connection, but we were partners. So I was all like part of this thing. And I remember going, dude, are we fucking nuts, dude? Like, do you realize where we are and who we're dealing with? Right? But hey, they never fucked us because you know why? We had the fucking chronic. We had the real fucking weed, which was like not like there was a years as a grower where the like the only people that had the real weed was like a bunch of hippie white dudes. Okay, like and, and even how those people found us is because they just randomly were like, "Yeah, what's up, white dudes? You got weed? You got the
Yeah.
good?
You
You got
need
the good?
some?
You know what I mean?"
Oh, you got the fire.
Now today, oh no, like at least in SoCal, the Asian cartel runs like oh, in the legacy market, the big player, the ones that produce the fucking thousands of pounds of this bullshit. It's not always that bullshit, but it's bullshit, and have the lowest prices, and then makes it impossible. Like that sets the tone for all the other prices. It's them, and they they're out of control, mainly because they're organized. they're organized. Where like, yeah, typical growers, yeah, they're like each individual, where they're like organized.
Well, I'm totally disorganized. I can't find my grinder that has my weed rolled up in it. I can't find my roller. So,
That's what happens when you're traveling and packing up and not at
yeah, but
home, in hotels.
at least I got all these
That's why
free rolls the other day. So we're gonna try some of these free rolls.
Well, and anytime I've disconnected from my grinder, I remember the years that I never used a grinder. We use scissors or your hands or whatever the fuck. Like that doesn't stop you from fucking rolling a joint. Grinder's pretty handful. It's a pain in the ass to fucking chop up weed or roll without one, but it can be done.
I wonder if that's the name of the company because that just has a paper in it and no pot. And this one says leaf. I wonder if it's just leaf. Squeeze. Okay. Oh, oh, look at that. Nothing inside of it.
Yeah, that's just the lead to roll with.
Thanks. That I don't need that. Actually, I may need that paper. I think I can find some weed. Dang, that didn't work out. Yeah, that is the biggest problem traveling, especially when you're just going from one place to another. I mean, this hotel is only 3 kilometers from my last one, but it happens to be 3 kilometers where I can get food at. Okay. Now, all the weed in this bag has already been free ground, so we're pretty good. We even have glass, so we can pull out a oney and smoke a oney. You know what? That sounds like a really good idea. Which one's clean? Okay, this one's dirty. And Thug, Roze. That was the other one I got from Top Shelf at the show. This was 200 baht a gram, or if you bought 100 grams, it was 80 baht.
Oh shit.
That's some pretty frosty weed if we can get a picture of it. But yeah, this is what you can buy wholesale for just over $2 a gram. And it smells good. It tastes good. It doesn't taste like nutrients or anything like that. And we got a nice little bud here. That's why we make sure our oneies are this big. Because we can shove that whole fucking bud in there. So, Bud, when's the harvest time on your rooms?
8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's why the lights are off in there. And they're on a
Okay.
dry. Earlier, I had the back trays were wilty a little because I turned off the water. They were supposed to come I turned off the one. Yeah, because in Rockwall, it's many reasons, but yeah, we try to like by the time we harvest it, the cubes are like light and easier to throw away, and it just makes it better. And but which today? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, it fucks everything up. I stayed home last week because I'm in charge of the resetting the room. It takes like 48 hours because I sulfur burn and UV or yeah UV light thing and clean and let it dry out, bake it one of the nights, and then reset it. So, okay, the reason I didn't go to Vegas this weekend is they were harvesting on Sunday. Now Sunday's turned into Wednesday. And oh, the shows start on Thursday. So, oh, guess what? No, not this weekend again. And then I know how my partners are. Like some of it's payback because well, we've been partners a long time. And I had my own grow, my own property, and couldn't be bothered with doing much here for like a long time. But that didn't mean they kicked me out of the partnership. Then my place got foreclosed on and a whole bunch of changes. And now this place is super important to me. To
Yeah,
say the least. And so now
serenity.
I guess it's I lose track of time, maybe not quite a year. Yeah, it's like make up for all the time that you did, which is cool. I'm down with because like my mental health, which I'm crazy as fuck since I was a kid, uh, uh is like the
Much
garden.
better.
Like if somehow I didn't have a garden to take care of, I wouldn't like oh getting stoned is a good thing, but actually like working with the plants and having like the responsibility of plants and having a relationship with plants and everything it is being a grower. That's I've done that for 34 years straight. Like there's like been no disruption really, right? Uh
Oh no, we lost Bud. And everybody else is muted.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah,
Okay.
In the background.
yeah. Savannah's in the middle of that story.
I think I'm up to 10
Yeah,
cents now. Woohoo.
because I was going to ask him what he meant by
That's
baking
pretty
a room, and I
Back.
thought what he was going to say was, you know, that he turns like the temperature and the lights on. And he lets the temperature
Yeah,
go up above 120.
he
That
does a
sounds
You
lot.
know,
I don't do anything like that. Sulfur burn. No, no
you
way.
might come back.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
straight.
but when you turn up your heat and everything and
Yeah,
your
some
lights
heat.
in your room like
Yeah,
that, you end up killing a lot of the pathogens.
yeah. That's like the cookies thing. Well, they do something like that.
Fuck. Mhm.
But do that and sulfur. Did he say UV also?
He don't. He does. It's sulfur spray or a
It's almost.
mist.
Oh, okay, mist.
He's not
Okay.
using
Well,
a. He's
I thought
not
he said
using a
burn. Okay.
burner.
Yeah, burn. I was even thinking like, who the hell even does that nowadays anymore? But I
Fuck.
Yeah.
that does get everywhere. But then actually, that's the bad part too. It gets everywhere. And how
Motherfucker.
do you get it off? Yeah, because it just smells like gunpowder then for
It tastes like
Really.
gunpowder. I mean, it's like, yeah,
And
you
we're
should
real
have cut out
sensitive
that.
to it. Humans are sensitive to that because I've
Correct.
been spraying it lately, just outside and stuff. And yeah, it's amazing. Yeah,
I
doesn't take
dust the
much, and you
shit
can
out of everything.
smell it.
Yeah.
But if it is sterile, I could see everything. The
Oh,
plants are going to like it.
Yeah.
there we
And when you're running commercial, kind of like what they are, you have
Yeah,
to take a day or two to clean the room and make sure that there's no problems because, basically you're even though the prices drop, that's still a $20,000, $30,000 room.
yeah, and a big investment.
Yeah.
Thousands of dollars for
Oh
electricity.
my.
And just that, and never mind even time. And but like you
Oh,
said, yeah, it's just therapy.
let's see.
So I think this is like this is the first time you guys have ever seen me smoke glass on the show.
Hang on.
But this is what I smoke. I smoke these little oneies, and everybody in Ohio now makes their tops just like this, where you can put your pinky
Hmm.
down in them. Just
Hmm.
like earlier, I took that little
That's what
bud
she
and I
said.
shoved that fucker in there.
That's what she said.
Yep.
Hope I'm not
Yeah, but I
muted.
just saw that. I might think that's a chillum. If I see
That's
things like that, I might have
basically
even
what
seen
this
things like that.
is. Yeah, it's basically a little chillum.
Yeah,
I call it a oney, but
yeah,
you
it
can
works.
get
That's cool.
you get 5, 6 hits out of it
Yeah.
because I told everybody back in Ohio a long time ago, and I got them to actually do it. You can pretty much get your pinky to the first knuckle into the bowl.
Uh,
This one actually goes to there on me, but it's so you can pack five or something that's 5 or 6 hits. And hey, if your weed's good enough, all you need is 5, 6 hits to catch a good buzz, you know?
fuck is this?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can pack this up, throw it in your pocket, and go.
Because
A
it's me
joint
and
for
my
the
pocket.
road and
Yeah. Like the chillum
just
that
for
might have
while
been
you're
more,
there.
with the grinder too. Back in the old days
Festivals.
when weed was
Oh,
dry and not as sticky, you could
miss.
break it up by your hand. You didn't need a grinder as much. And also like you'd fill a bowl, the wheat could fall out of it if you didn't keep it upright. Whereas nowadays, no, it stays in the bowl. It's so
No,
sticky.
my weed always stayed in the bowl. It would stick to my finger and I'd pull the whole bud back out of the bowl every once in a while. Yeah, that's one thing I can actually say is I grew triclones.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking back in brick days.
Yeah, the brick days. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
you didn't need a grinder back then. It just crumbled most of the time. Not
Yeah.
all. Yeah, I mean, no, it didn't. A lot of times it didn't.
I find
But
some of this weed that I get
you didn't
over
need it
here.
as
I
much.
it
It didn't stick to your hands so much. Like now, it's usually like I don't even mind breaking it up with my hands, but it's afterwards. It's like now, it's all over my hands now. I can't touch anything. Anything anything you touch, like especially like plastic, certain things like the trichomes, just it comes off your fingers really easily. Like my phones seem to do that. So you
dude,
grab your phone. Oh, you get like a fingerprint of resin on the phone.
I stopped at a shop the other day and they had two big jars of keef on the countertop. And I'm looking at their buds. I'm looking at their buds, and he's telling me how good the keef is. And I said, "Yeah, you should have left it on the buds, though." So yeah, I got kicked out of Cookie's booth at the event. I was told to kindly leave after I told him, yeah, I know what Burner is and Cookies is. It's all nothing but t-shirts and hats and shit for new kids that are like under 24. I said the older
Brand.
people like me, we look at the weed and we say it's all shit. And then I left.
They also that's right from the beginning. Like Subcool, he knew he was a brand.
Yeah, but he did work. He put out seeds. What does Burner do? Nothing. They don't even grow their own weed. Come on.
No, not anymore.
You know,
Like,
I'm looking for that. I'm looking for someone that's got an extra room in their facility that can grow some weed for me.
they don't even have their own weed anymore. You
Nope.
know, like I guess at least from what I saw, it was like they'd have maybe their own, but then they'd always have other brand, like a local kind of brand, whatever was good in the local area. It was my understanding, as the way it seemed. Just like over here in Colorado, they'd have some local brand that was good, but it was and maybe it's more than bigger than just around here, but they'd have more than just their own brand, and they'd
Well, see,
just whatever strains were good.
what I'm looking for in Ohio is someone to grow, and Michigan is to grow stuff that, is from Ohio. Because right now there's no facilities running any of the Ohio strains. And that's what I'm trying to market everything towards is, hey, we're in Ohio. We have these Ohio strains. Why don't we get these out to the mass public? Because in certain areas where this weed was prevalent, you're going to have really good sales. And, we just need someone to produce it. I think once we get a few people producing it, like I said, if I can get a room here and a room there and a room here, and we can start getting it out to the market, yeah, I can see myself going corporate in a couple of years and moving to that level. But yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to move up to corporate. I want to start this whole thing and let the other guys run it. Why? Because they run big businesses. Just let me work and you take care of the business end. I make the
And we'll see where it
deposits. You
goes.
you pay the bills. That's how it's going to go.
The
I've got
international
to.
thing seems, that was kind of didn't make sense really either.
The
And like the
what?
whole internet, the whole like international corporate, people, companies trying to go international, like Canadian, or there's probably other ones, American ones too, and some of these
No,
the ones on the
no.
stock exchange, but they
No
can't
one
ship their
in
product, right?
America is exactly. That's why Canada is doing so much because they've been able to ship their product to Australia, to Germany.
Yeah, their medical stuff.
They've got
Yeah,
an export license. The United States don't have that.
yeah, yeah. That makes some sense
Thailand
if they can
does.
actually ship the product. But otherwise, they're just
Thailand
like
does.
opening up shops. Uh-huh.
Thailand can sell to Germany. We can sell to Australia.
But it's like it's not even set up in in countries yet, and there's already international companies trying to jump the gun, kind of,
Well, to tell you the
then that
truth,
they're not. I don't know how the Canadian companies doing. I mean that because now I bet Germany's not going to be as good a market. It whatever's left of it that the Canadian companies have, because now Germany's companies probably like, oh well, we'll do this in
well, how
Germany.
much we don't know how much of their product was going to Germany either. So
No,
you have
well,
to
I
look
don't.
at it. If 10,000 pounds was going to Germany a year, 10,000 pounds ain't
Yeah,
shit,
no, but
you
yeah,
know.
I wonder how much of that made Germany say, "Hey, wait a second, maybe we should make it legal here." Because look, why are we
Well,
buying
we
this?
can
We
do a
can't.
better product.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
that's what pushed them a bit.
But the
Yeah,
thing
that
here in
was a
Thailand,
surprise.
the thing here in Thailand, they had 14 Thai people in Amsterdam in this big group. They come back, and 2 weeks later, that date hits, and things are legal. Our things are not illegal anymore. Let's put it that way. They didn't
Hmm.
make anything legal. They just net stopped enforcing that bullshit law. And then they came out
Yeah.
with prices for you to have a store or you to have a garden. And if you're a Thai citizen and you want a bigger area, then all you have to do is fill out this paperwork and they'll give it to you. Because they really never told the Thai people, oh, you can only grow 6 or 12 plants. They just give them an area and however many plants you can fit in. I mean, my
Hmm.
friend basically had a 24 by 15-foot room, and they gave him a plant count of no more than 2,000 plants. I can maybe fit like 250 in that room, but I ain't fitting no 2,000 plants in there. Holy shit. I need 4 rooms, 5 rooms, 6 rooms, 8 rooms that size.
I'm jumping off, guys. Take it easy. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the safety meeting. You're on the Fume Northern Flavors.
Well,
I don't know how
Yeah.
much longer we
take it
are,
easy.
but we'll see. We'll see if Bud jumps
Yeah.
on a bit. And that'll be cool. All right, D. Yeah, have a good one.
Peace,
Take it
Steve.
easy.
Oh shit, I'm the only. Oh no, Jeff's
Uh,
okay. Jeff's a co-host. That's good.
Uh,
yeah, because I jumped back on and I lost mine.
Yeah, I can't do nothing because I'm only a co-host. All right, later,
take
boys.
care, man. See ya.
Girls.
Yeah, we
Usually I
can
can
wait a
kick
little
back
bit
and
longer, but if Bud doesn't jump on, I think that may be the end of it
yeah.
for tonight.
What's up, gentlemen? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Sweet. I was
Hey,
just listening in. So
Cool.
we can totally cut it. There's no reason why we have to keep going. If you guys want to keep talking or something, I can make one of you guys host. That's cool. What do you want to do?
got it.
Cut it? Alrighty.
Yeah, we can cut it.
Go
Yeah.
for it. Who wants to go first?
I'll go
All right.
first.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. And maybe I'll catch you at the noon safety meeting. If
Yeah, man.
not, everybody take care and we'll see you hopefully on Saturday night.
Cheers, Captain.
Peace.
Okay.
Good to see you,
Maybe
buddy.
back in the
And
Go for it,
States
thank
Jeff.
too,
you.
sounds like.
And thank you again, Fumi, for
Welcome.
allowing us this time.
Welcome. Go for it, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Boomie. Yeah. Yeah, definitely appreciate this. And yeah, maybe catch you tomorrow. Hopefully I'll plan on it. So yeah, I'll yeah, good time to get off and rest up a bit and See you again. Thanks a lot. That's good.
All right, I had those the headphones are on like noise isolation, and it's the weirdest friggin' effect. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I should probably test it, but same as system, same as system. All right, should be good. We'll just assume it is. If not, I'm not probably gonna say anything that important, honestly. Ladies and germs, thanks very much for hanging. Thanks for watching the show. Please tell your friends. That'd be pretty helpful. Of course, tell your friends about Fumidoro tomorrow. That's the channel where High Noon is going to be. High Noon Safety Meeting, my friends. Come hang. Don't show your wang, as we like to say. Come puff and say hello. Talk about your garden, stuff like that. What was I going to say? Confirm your speaking language. This is freaking ridiculous in French. All right, whatever. I don't even know. I'm not going to press anything. What was I talking about? Oh, cheers, Nathaniel. Good to see you, buddy. Ladies and germs, we'll be here tomorrow, basically, in, I don't know, 13 hours or so for High Noon. So come join us. If you guys would like to come on the show, of course, please feel free. Basically, I am changing the rules up a little bit. It's not the open door policy that I used to have. I just kind of realized that was a big mistake, honestly. So still want people to hop on. Just ask nicely beforehand. People that I know, like Nathaniel, obviously, those people wouldn't have to ask even. But if I haven't talked to you before, if I haven't met you face to face, for example, that's probably most of you, then just ask nicely in the chat, and either I or D, whoever's co-host or host at the time, will let you in, I'm sure. So, folks, just trying to tidy things up. You know what I mean? That's all. Anyway, ladies and germs, go visit Fumidoro.com for, of course, merch and genetic supply. What are they called? Genetic preservation kits. There we go. Can't even think of the fucking euphemism. Anyway, I mean the real word. Anyway, ladies and germs, go look for genetic preservation kits over at Fumidoro.com. Some favorites lately. Posted some really chunky. Big John, I think, posted some really chunky nugs over on our Discord from Oblivion. That's a nice one. Super heavy sativa, so that's going to be an interesting smoke report. I'm really looking forward to what he says. Should be some real racy stuff. Hopefully, it's that amnesia haze and the memory loss from Archive, of course. I think they bred the amnesia haze to their Face Off OG, so it's a little bit more balanced. Amnesia haze, but having smoked that memory loss, it's very heavy on the amnesia haze. So I think they basically got mostly a little bit of fuel notes, but mostly the timing, the pretty much, yeah, like 60-day haze. That's rare, right? So really to get a hazy high off of a 60-day plant, because that maybe 65 days, but still not 100 days. Definitely not 100 days on that memory loss. Anyway, interesting breeding over there. But I crossed that to the Coot Special, and should be some heady stuff indeed, ladies and germs. Another one I'm really wholeheartedly recommending is Sour Morgana. I pulled a delightful Sour Morgana phenotype out of that one myself. I'm going to be basically breeding her in the future. I still have the mom, of course, so don't worry. That's one of the few moms I haven't lost in all the craziness. But in fact, I just put her outside just today, actually. No, yesterday. We put her out yesterday. Anyway, or fuck, was it today? No, it was today. It was literally today. It's been, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, it's been busy. But anyway, Sour Sue, we call her, the mom. So I recommend Sour Morgana quite a bit. Honestly, I'm really enjoying it. Not as sour as I wanted it to be, so I'm going to be basically working on that line further to get that sour note basically from the mom, that sour cherry. But I'm pulling out lots of really, I mean, sour notes, but not as pungently sour as the mom. But I'm getting some wonderful cherry out of it. Actually, predominantly kind of a cherry berry, so it's definitely something like an F2, F3. Anyway, pardon me. What am I trying to say? Chocolate notes. That Sour Morgana number 3 has chocolate notes. I actually pulled chocolate notes off of a couple plants, frankly. Anyway, really loving that line, to be honest. Don't have to babble about it incessantly. I obviously would be happy to recommend plenty more folks. Figment, Gaffer Tape. There's plenty others to choose from. Lime River Rose version 2, for example. Unfortunately, Lime River Rose version 2 is still not on the website because I'm a dumbass, just honestly. But you can request it if you'd like to. So just basically if you order any of the packs, essentially you can just say like, "Oh, Fumi, I really meant to order Lime River Rose version 2 or whatever, fuck." Or you could even email me or something. We could figure it out. Anyway, ladies and germs, thanks very much for joining us. I should probably say thanks, Cake in a Cup. Good to see you. Cake in a Cup, I think you would enjoy Morgana quite a bit. Stony Creek, good to see you, Stony. Very nice to see you, my friend. Al Telescope Uranus, always in the chat. Good to see you. Funny fucking name. Of course, Nathaniel, good to see you, buddy. We'll have to get together and smoke one of these days. Maybe get together with Mr. Scotto. Bud Kilowatts hanging in the house. Oh, sorry, Bud. I guess we missed you. Who else in here? J5's hanging. Bacon and beer. Good combo. Who else? Christophe. Bonsoir, Christophe. Bonjour for you, my friend. Who else? Got to be somebody that I'm missing. There's always somebody. South Bay Genetics hanging. What's going on, buddy? Ladies and germs, I guess that's it. We'll be here a little bit later. I'm going to go back to the garden. I'm doing quite a bit of planting, transplanting, stuff like that. It's been craziness in the garage next door. Basically, I'm setting up a breeding chamber, so it's very exciting. I haven't done it here before, so nervous, excited, but pleasantly looking forward to the results. So we'll see. I think it's going to be pretty good times. Got that wonderful Jack the Ripper male, so it's going to be just fucking madness of pollen here in a little bit. So I'm definitely hooking up the charcoal filters because, oh my God, I don't want to cover everything in a film of freaking light yellow pollen. That would be ridiculous. Not only that, but if we want to discover if anyone in the neighborhood has allergies, that'd be a good way to do so. Anyway, folks, what was I going to say? Hopefully, you'll see something very good soon. So knock on wood. It's been a long time in coming. Been like literally just about a year, honestly, with all this garbage. Almost most of a year, frankly. But whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, folks, good to see everyone. What was I going to say? Have I sent the 420 prize? I believe so. You want to do, what did you win, Cake in a Cup? You won, fuck, maybe you did win Sour Morgana. What did you win? I have no memory now. Well, anyway, hopefully it'll be there soon. Folks, good to see everyone. Puff something wonderful. I sometimes forget to say that. Puff something wonderful, my friends. Don't forget to, if you can't puff something wonderful, of course, treat yourself in some other way. Don't forget to try to be kind to someone else as well, even if that's, a puppy dog or a kitty cat or something. Obviously, one that you know, not just some random puppy dog or kitty cat. You don't want to get your hand bit off. But you know what I'm saying, folks. With responsible adultiness, go and pet a cute puppy dog or kitty cat. Ask permission first maybe from the dog too. I don't know. Maybe the dog will say yes. I mean, that'd be a trick, right? Like, excuse me, can I pet you? And the dog answers in English, like, yes, you may. You may pet me. Thank you. It'd be a hell of an interesting beginning to a story, right? I don't know. Is this an imprisoned Templar knight that, I don't know, drank the potion of, I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. You're the one talking about fucking talking dog. Ladies and germs, thanks very much for hanging. Adios. Be kind, be decent, be gentle, don't be fucking pricks, dicks, or lunatics. And until we meet again, adios. Thanks for hanging. Whatever that was.